Morena, we have a quorum, so I'd like to welcome you to the last meeting of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee for the year. I bring the sincere apologies from Andy Baker. He has flu, and I'm sure you'll all join with me in wishing him a speedy recovery, but he will be online listening today. We now have a quorum, so I would like to open the meeting, and we have apologies thus far received from Hakura member Billy Brown. We have apologies for lateness from Councillor Hills and Councillor Turner, who is now here, so I'll change that. I will move those. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Lee. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary say no. That is carried. We move now to the request for attendance by electronic link. We have requests from the Chair, Andy Baker, Councillor Darby, Councillor Ferry, Councillor Foley, Councillor Leone, Councillor Newman, Councillor Walker and Councillor Filipina. I will move those. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Lee. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary say no. That is carried. So moving through the agenda, we have no petitions that I'm aware of. We have no requests for local board input, so we come to agenda item 8, and we are very pleased to have John Bridgman, the Chair, and Pat Brocky, the CE of City Rail Link, to update us. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, good morning. Sorry, just trying the technology. It's going to go fast forward. I'm not sure where I'm pointing. Okay.
Kia ora, are we connected up to the room?
There we go.
I'm sorry, I missed, Councillor Ferry, what you were saying.
Kia ora, I was just asking if we were connected up to the actual room, because I can't see the room, like the town hall.
We'll check on the technology for you. We're just awaiting the report from CRL Limited, but could you check for us later whether or not our councillors online can have connectivity?
Yes, sorry, Councillor Fletcher, I can see you now. That camera wasn't on before, but it is now, so we're good. Thank you.
For confirming that. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Quickly go through the slides and can take questions along the way. Very continued strong health and safety performance. We're very proud of our health and safety record on the project. Continue to be no major incidents of note, but we're still in that systems testing phase, so we're not out of the woods there, but good news to report there. We're moving into completing the hard construction phase of the project, or in other words, the physical works, hopefully by the end of the year, and that will mean less disruption to businesses around the sites, less cones, road closures. That would also include the urban realm. The streetscape works around the sites will also be largely completed by the end of 2025, which is good news. And for those who have seen the sites recently, you'll see evidence of that great progress on the physical completion of the works. Paper project is maybe a less noteworthy part of a project, but it's very important because it does require a lot of work to document the work that's been done. We need that paper in order to hand over to Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail. It does typically always a challenge on large projects. Some additional resources are being provided to this part of the project, but we can't achieve handover of the asset to Key Rail and AT without that. And to give you an example, I might have mentioned this previously, but for drawings, we call them as-built of the project, which effectively document the final completed works. There are 26,000 of those, and we're about halfway through that. So there's still quite a bit of work to do there. On the station systems testing and commissioning, I said we're over 50% complete. There are over 16,000 tests, so we're over halfway through that. But the next 2 to 3 months are very important in that phase as we look to try and complete the systems testing and commissioning. I'll talk a little bit more about what's involved in that towards the end of the presentation. Emergency services preparations continue, working very closely with FENS, Police, St John, and then testing. We will test different emergency scenarios, which I'll touch on shortly. And we're still hoping for a formal handover of the project in 2026 in time for passengers to ride the train next year. I'm not sure where I'm going to be pointing. There we go. We'll continue to work very closely with our partners, Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail, also Auckland One Rail, as we work on the full program of work which takes us through from practical completion of City Rail through to day one operations. And that includes factoring in the network rebuild that Kiwi Rail are undertaking, again, all ready for handover and then day one operations. There's a block and line program which you're aware of that's required for the rail network rebuild through the Christmas period, and there'll be some smaller blocks of line required for additional testing that we do. We're testing against the full timetable in 2026. There is some testing that we've moved to our part of the project, the practical or prior to practical completion. So we've moved some testing that was after our completion to before our completion, just to be more efficient with the work process. And that creates some efficiencies in timetable for all parties. So that's a positive. There are cost pressures, but we're pleased to report that we still remain within our approved funding envelope. There is still much to get through, as I mentioned, with testing, and we will have a better view of progress towards the back end of 2025 as we make more progress on those various stages over the next 2 to 3 months. I can report, there are no currently red flags, major red flags that would concern us with the works in progress, and that's always a positive. You never quite know what's around the corner, but at this stage there aren't any red flags. It's just a lot of work to get through, and that's a positive thing. So we look forward to Aucklanders riding the train in 2026. Probably pointing us in the wrong direction. Get there eventually. Okay, hopefully it stops there. This will be very familiar to you, just down the road. One of our entrances at Te Waihoatu, 2 entrances in fact, in Victoria Street. You'll also see we've nearly completed the works at the Bluestone Wall, which is looking very good and no longer disrupting Barclay Suites. Then there's the remaining works that just go up the slip lane there towards Victoria Street. But the excellent progress, and as we finish the works outside of the stations, we can move the fencing in to provide less disruption to commuters and businesses around the stations.
Are you able to control the slides that your end is controlled, as it were?
The technology is quite challenging in this room. Lata,
thank you.
could you please take control of this?
Thank you. This will all look very familiar to you. Te Waihotu is the most advanced of the three stations. There's still works continuing there, mainly on the system side, but the stations themselves and platforms are looking complete, apart from some additional signage. The entranceway at Wellesley Street is also being worked on currently, but again, they're in very good shape. I'll move to the next slide. At Mungafo, again, looking very good. When we had the VIP test train, works accelerated further. You can see the ticket machines there. Also at the bottom, I'm sorry, I've moved to the next slide already. At the bottom right-hand side, the station, that depicts the Station Group Control Centre. So that's where AT, AOR, Key Rail will have desks and will be functioning, operating the stations from the Station Group Control Centre at Mungafo. We've now got people working inside the Station Group Control Centre, which is another sign of progress that's being made. At Karanga Ahape, you can see the entrance there at Beresford Square, that it's almost complete. In fact, there are discussions going on with Auckland Transport at the moment about moving some of the fencing in to, again, provide less disruption to the businesses around the station. So those are discussions that are going on currently. But it is looking very good. It's looking at a high level of completion. Thank you. This is probably a couple of weeks old now. The Kauri, or the snail feature at Karanga Ahape, the Mercury Lane entrance is now complete. So it looks stunning. There are 3 snail features and they've been quite intricate in terms of installation, but they are complete and look fantastic. You can also see on the top right-hand side, that photo depicts all the lighting's in place. Ceilings are complete, again, looking pretty impressive. There are things that bottom right, or bottom, sorry, the centre one bottom, there's a large gap there at the bottom of the photo. That's where the media screens will go in. So AT are contracting that at the moment, so they will follow too, not too far away. And that's quite a large, you can tell that's going to be quite a large media screen. This is all part of the commercial opportunities that the stations will bring. And then on the bottom right is the Maori lunar calendar depicted there. That Karanga Ahape was the station that was furthest behind. It's the most complex, narrow, many floors, but they're largely complete in terms of the floor finish, which is an example in the centre top. But they're all looking in that state now, which is really truly impressive. Karanga Ahape has accelerated their works in the last few months, and it's looking terrific. It's worth touching on, thank you, it's worth touching on emergency services engagement. Very good relationships continue with the emergency responders, again, FENS, police, Hate Hone, St John. To give you an example, some of the testing, we call it stage 6 in our program, but it involves testing scenarios such as collision derailment, multi-threat scenario at the stations or tunnel, fire in the stations or tunnel. One that's probably more common is just intruders, and there are systems for that, but these are all part of the stage 6 testing that we will do in the early part of 2026 with our partners. But it'll give you a flavour for the things that we have yet to do. Thank you. We talk a lot about testing and commissioning, and it can seem a bit mysterious at times, but this is to give you a bit of an idea of the breakdown of the testing and commissioning stages that we have. We're currently well advanced on stage 3, which is site installation tests, and site acceptance includes the commissioning of the systems that we have. These are all the station systems, security, CCTV, ventilation, air conditioning, fire. So the list of systems, building management systems, is extensive. We're pretty advanced in 3B as well across the 3 stations, but those works are extensive. And then it's the integration of all those systems together and how they function together and will they all work together as opposed to working individually. So that's works that's in front of us, validating the systems and testing them. Multiple systems have to interact, as I mentioned, and then we run scenarios such as station evacuation and how the systems all function together in an evacuation situation, which is critical, obviously. The train testing itself is going really well. This is 5A at the bottom there, largely complete with over 5,000 kilometres of train testing has already occurred, 51 certified drivers for Auckland One Rail. So a lot of these things, some of them are working in parallel, some of them cannot and have to work sequentially, but they, there's good progress being made. So that's on the engineering focused testing, and then we have the operations focused phases, stage 5B trial operations across stations and tunnels. Emergency operations, as I mentioned previously on the other slide, working with our partners in emergency services. And then stage 7 is working very closely with Auckland Transport and Auckland One Rail and Kiwi Rail as we then trial the operations against a network, against a timetable, running at 18 trains per hour on the timetable, including running against a partial timetable and then the full timetable across the entire network. And that's therefore testing that the system, our systems will work against a normal operating environment. So that's really critical. And that work will take place in the first quarter of 2026. Then, of course, the handover of the assets to Kiwi Rail and Auckland Transport with the support of our sponsors. And that's providing not just the physical assets, but the paperwork I mentioned and evidence of successful testing. There are a number of what we call safety stage gates to go through before then. I will leave it there, Chair, and John and I are both happy to take questions.
Well, thank you very much for outlining that. Mr. Bridgman, are there any comments you'd like to make?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to reinforce the comment about the emergency services, if I can. That's working very well, and it's in contrast to some of the projects I've been involved with internationally, where often it's hard to get those services lined up in commissioning a project of this nature. So it's commendable for the team and both those involved from the services side that they've come together to make that work. And similarly, the One Client Alliance, which is Kiwi Rail, AT, ourselves and Auckland One Rail, supported by the contractor, is an initiative that I think Mr. Potter suggested at the beginning of last year. And it's proven to be hugely successful in terms of corralling the teams towards a united day one operations. It's been a very valuable initiative on the project, and it's proven its value multiple times so far.
Thank you for that. It's open now for questions, and the first question is Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. Sorry, just pushing the buttons at my end. Thank you very much. My question was around the hardship fund issues that came up for particularly some of the retailers around the work areas, construction areas, not just the stations. And just wondering if you wouldn't mind giving a little quick update on where that's up to as we get to a point where a lot of the cones are going away and things like that. Is that winding down? How is that going? Just interested to understand that a little bit better. Thanks.
Morning, Councillor. I can comment on that. We mentioned the urban realm works are going very well. Take an example at Mungawhau, the works are really complete now there. So road closures or cones should start to be removed, and fencing will be moved as well. Not completely, but at least moved where it can be moved closer to the stations. So Mangawhau is going, well, it's complete. And Koronga Ahape is making really good progress too. I was looking at an update this morning, Councillor, and they're very close too. And as I mentioned, if you take Beresford Square as an example, trying to move the fencing back where we can. There's some Project K works that AT are undertaking next to some of the stations, so you have to factor that in. That's actually both at Mercury Lane entrance and at Beresford Square entrance, where there are those Project K works. So we can bring some of the fencing back where we can to allow better access and less disruption. We are in those discussions with Auckland Transport at the moment, and where we can do that efficiently and safely, we will try and do so. On the Targeted Hardship Fund, the $12 million fund, we currently have distributed about 9.8 million of that, so there's still some remaining funds. We expect to continue to make payments on that fund to certain businesses before we'll continue through the balance of the year as is required based on the level of disruption that's still there.
Cool, and just sorry, follow up from that, and sorry I've got a teenager making toast in the background if there's a bit of background noise. Study leave at the moment. So are the hardship requests sort of starting to tail off now that things are starting to get closer to what the new normal will be? Or are there some businesses that are still needing a high level of support? Thanks.
Yes, no, it has been tailing off for a little while now. Just as the urban realm works reduce or come to completion, it has accordingly. So the number of applications and businesses that are still eligible for the Targeted Hardship Fund, Councillor, it's still going on, but it's materially reduced at this point. And we would expect that to continue over the balance of 2025.
Great, thank you. And I guess just to note, Chair, I'd be really interested once we get, to the end of this process and some comprehensive reflections on that part of this project. It's the first of its kind in the country, the Hardship Fund, I mean. And I think it would be really useful for us to understand that better, how it's worked, what could be done in the future with projects of scale, because I think we're going to need to look seriously at it for other projects. Thank you.
Thank you. The Mayor, Wayne Brown.
I've got a couple of questions. On your slide project update, just to make absolutely sure that there's not some weasel words in there, it says, formal handover of the project will be achieved in 2026 in time for passengers to ride the train next year. I hope that's not next year after 26, or is that next year 2026?
No, definitely 2026.
That's a slightly dodgy wording, but I've learnt to be careful with the wording from the transport sector. Okay, that's good, confirming that. And then with regard to the Hardship Fund, you've paid out 9.8 to 65 small businesses at an average of 150k a shot. And that's quite interesting because many of those businesses tell me that their applications have been repeatedly declined over 5 years. And so I do think we need to see some visibility of that. You've still got 2.2 million to go, but I think we owe it to them. And also, I know that you mentioned how it's been cleared at Mangawhau. Well, there was no businesses there to be upset anyhow, but Albert Street's still repeatedly fenced and re-fenced. There seems to be, I've been here looking out the window for 3 years and the road's still got another ceiling to come yet. And so how can we not speed that up or do something? It doesn't seem to be any constructions associated with underground left there, but endlessly, is it AT's fault or is it yours fault? The footpaths have done again and again. I can still tell that we've still got to have another seal coat on that road because the curbs are still 25 mils above the actual road seal. So is it possible to bring that forward? It's annoying for everybody up there, and these poor buggers have had their businesses wrecked for a long time. and it's not the first time I've raised that, so I just want to know if we can, a bit more about who missed out and why, and a bit more focusing on the pain above the ground, really. Well, we've pounced around and done ludicrously expensive ceilings in Tiwai Horatuyo, and we haven't fixed the bloody road above, so a bit more of a reassessment of what's more important at the moment would be good.
We'll definitely look into that. Yeah, I mean, there is some sequencing with the works that's required. There is a little bit more disruption perhaps to go down near the Bluestone Wall, the Wyndham Street intersection there. We've got some additional works to do. But it is part of a program and a sequence of works that's logical, and but we'll certainly see if we can accelerate some of that.
I'm just going to ask Mr. Potter, as our director, whether or not that it's anticipated in response to Councillor Ferry and also from the Mayor, what we can take in terms of lessons learned from this process.
Thank you, Chair. The CRL board under John is starting a lessons learned exercise to capture all sorts of things out of this, out of the project. And we can add in there the hardship fund, which I put that on the list. I think that'd be worthwhile including lessons learned around how that's been assessed and administered and so on and so forth, and pick up the other questions which the Mayor has raised as well.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Just three quick questions. First of all, I want to acknowledge and thank Mr. Brocky for the assistance he's given to my constituents over the past couple of years, so thank you for that. In regard to that, I have a constituent who has a business on the corner of Albert and Wyndham Street, and 3 years ago that whole area was dug up and coned off, the usual, and then it was completed and sealed, and things after many years were returned to normal, and the business began to recover. And now it's dug up all over again. Is that, first of all, is that CRL related, or is it somebody else piling on? This is outside the Shakespeare Hotel.
If it is something that you need to come back on, we will make sure that Councillor Lee, but
Don't
it
have
does
to answer
appear
now.
to be whether it's the CRL Limited or whether it is other arms of council.
You can, I'm getting messages that patronage has collapsed, and these things do seem to have almost like a direct impact. We have another person, not CRL related, Watercare related, on the corner of Wellesley and Queen, and his business patronage has collapsed, and he's going out of business opposite Smith and Coe's. But anyway, once a prime spot. Leave that. In regard, further along the road, just looking at the slide, there is, thank you for the inspection trip you arranged for us with Mr. Potter a few weeks ago of the Tawai Horatu station. It's impressively big, almost half a kilometre from end to end, entrance to entrance, or probably more, you'd know. Why is this imposing big black box on Victoria Street, which is totally unsympathetic to the character shops, historic shops opposite, and completely shadow the poor shops that are behind it? Why do you need, in such a huge station, need a big black surface blocks, which is located in the carriageway of Victoria Street? Or is that one of the benefits perhaps people consider?
Mr. Brocky.
Councillor, you're not referring to the ventilation shaft in Kingston Street, the station?
I was talking about the station next to Federal Street that's been there for about a year and a half.
We can talk about it later. One more question.
Sorry.
We note the members of Parliament and the Mayor and Deputy and so on were able to actually ride the train, which is impressive. But I'm getting messages from people, when can the ordinary people get to use that train? You've talked about 2026, but
Yes.
there's still no deadline being offered at this stage. Are you getting close to actually finalising an actual opening date? Or because 6 months ago I asked this question and the answer was 2026, no detail.
So your answer today, Mr. Brocky?
Yes. Yes, certainly ride the train sometime in 2026. I mean, Councillor, we're trying to go as quickly as we can do, but just this critical part of the systems testing and commissioning is complex, and we certainly don't want to mislead you either, or the public. So it's important that we can give you something with a lot of confidence, and at this stage we've still got a lot of work to do, and we'd like to get further through that work over the next few months, and then we'll have a better idea of how we're progressing. Be misleading otherwise. And we'd like to have more confidence when we talk to you about that. But we're still confident about opening in 2026 and trying to go as quickly as we can do. You know, the work on site is going well. As I mentioned earlier, there's no major red flags with the work so far, but that doesn't mean we won't have one. I think we always operate on the fact that, on the basis that there will be some surprises as we go through the final phase of the works. The systems part of it and the stations was always going to be the most complex part of the project, and so we're a little bit cautious and hesitant about talking about dates. But as we get through some of that critical work over the next few months, we will have more confidence.
Thank you for that, Mr. Brocky.
Can I just say, for most people, that's not at this stage, coming towards the end of 2025, that's not quite good enough, and I think CRL will need to be a lot more precise pretty soon. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Just to help you, Mr. Brocky, can I ask you a question a different way? When you looked to discuss with Sydney Metro about lessons learned from what they've done, is it true that they suggested to you that you not be too clear as to the start date for members of the public, because in doing so could raise expectations that you couldn't deliver? Is it true that their advice to you was keep it general until you absolutely know that it's going to be the right month at the right time?
Deputy Mayor, yes, no, that's absolutely true. In fact, every project we've met and talked with, whether it be Crossrail in the UK or Melbourne Metro more recently, have all said the same thing. Yes, absolutely.
I suppose what I'm saying, Madam Chair, is I don't want Aucklanders to have concern that they are not getting a more specific date. I would like Aucklanders to have the confidence that 2026 is the date, and until we know specifically anything more around the month, that we leave it to the year.
Thank you for that. That appears to be all the questions. So I'm going to move that we receive the report on the CRL project and note that progress is being made. Do I have a seconder on that? Thank you very much, Mr. Bridgman. Thank you, Mr. Brocky. It's now open for discussion amongst councillors. Thank you. Are there any comments? If not, Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, Councillor Fletcher, and probably because I'm assuming it's your last time you present to us this term, but I just want to know that this has been a massive, difficult disruption to our city, but it will be transformational, and people at the end of next year will be wondering where the next big project like this is, because it will be significant and it will be fantastic, and the thousands of people who've worked on it, I hope, are really proud, and I hope they see what's shaping up to be as quite a significant step change for our city, and all the areas around which we know are getting $5 to $6 billion worth of private investment coming along those stations will pay dividends. It doesn't feel like it right now with the economy across New Zealand having difficulties and that stress showing in the city centre, but I know that this project will bring so many Aucklanders much closer, much easier to the city and around the city. So I just want to acknowledge all the teams, and I hope that your spreading that word back to the workers who are doing the actual work in and under the ground. So kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Gentlemen, if you'd like to retire, withdraw now. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. And just along the same vein, really, to thank everyone that's been involved, gentlemen, and all those who have gone before you and are still there alongside you. It's been a magnificent, magnificent project, and it's certainly had its ups and downs, no doubt about that, and it's had its critics along the way, and hopefully everyone will be moving to a phase where they can celebrate this and celebrate the outcomes that will happen for Auckland, for all of Auckland. I remember when Len Brown introduced this as when he in particular introduced it as a project, that I was opposed to it. I didn't see any benefit for the South. We had more pressing issues. You know, you grow older and wiser, and you get a bit more information and you change your views on things, and that's okay. That's about growth as a person. And I certainly can see the benefit it will have for our residents in the South, and the difference it's going to make for the city centre, to the businesses that have suffered, and it's been so difficult combined with COVID. And, you know, the 5-year recovery from that is still so stressful for people. But this project in particular will bring us some new hope, something to look forward to, and may we continue to build our city and not be afraid of road cones and closures. I know it impacts on businesses, and that is the downside for sure. But after so many years of not enough investment, let's continue to build this city into the international city that it should be, a thriving city for people to live and work and play. That's the vision that we have for Auckland. Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes those who wish to comment. So, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I support you, Councillor. Thank you for that. I think a couple of things I will say. I was fortunate enough to go to Rome. They're building a train system there, and I went 5 years later back to Rome, and they're still building it. And I kind of said to myself, yay, there's another city in the world that's got continued disruption. It's not just us. But I think the point I'm making is that these big projects, especially when they are below ground, you know, do cause a lot of disruption. I think one of the problems that we had is that we weren't able to deliver some of our big infrastructure projects during COVID, as other cities in the world did. I do share the concerns around the businesses in the central city. No doubt about that. We've had a fund. I'm very surprised that the fund hasn't been fully subscribed already. But that saying, I do support the project, and I think it will be transformational for this city. I think what we've all got to do now is look at how we plan around it. But thank you for what you're doing, and just remember, Auckland is that you're not the only city that has disruption for major below the ground infrastructure. Thank you.
I also wish to join in the thanks. There were a lot of people who were opposed to the CRL that was part of a greater vision for Auckland. I think there'll be a lot of people in favour of it once it's opened. So thank you for your hard work. I'm going to put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. Thank you. Our next item is agenda item 9, which is the Readiness Work Programme update. So we have David Gordon online, we have John Knight in person, I believe, Joe Reeves, Mark Lambert and Stacey Vanderputten. Would they like to come forward, please? Morena, welcome. Who's going to kick off?
I will, thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Stacey.
Great. I'm just wondering if we can get the presentation. Fabulous. Thank you.
We seem to be having some technology glitches today, so if you are having a problem, Lata will kindly take over for you.
Oh, great. Next slide. Oh, go back. So on the 4th of August, we announced the new network through release of the new map, the new network map, which of course brought a lot of positive attention to the project and what that future for Auckland means. Thank you to Councillor Baker who joined that announcement and supported some of the communications around that too. There will be more details being rolled out as we go through the next period of time in terms of more about that timetable and what it means for people. But it was a good, I guess, display for Aucklanders about what's coming and putting a bit of energy into that sort of future focus for everybody. We have shown this slide before, and I think it is a helpful one that we keep returning on in order to be able to update the committee about what stage we are at some of these critical points in terms of obviously the construction completion, testing, commissioning, the rail network readiness, the wider public transport readiness to integrate the City Rail Link and the new train format into our network, as well as the customer information. We've actually slightly ahead in terms of some of these milestones that are on here today. We've already started testing some systems in the stations, and we had a slight update on this slide after the pack was issued in terms of the rail network renewal. Stage 1 to 4 is actually complete, but we still have quite a bit to do, and you'll hear more about that when John takes over later in the presentation. So I'm going to hand over to Mark now.
Okay, thank you, Stacey. Good morning, councillors, Mayor. A quick update on some of our key operational readiness activities. If we can go back a slide, please. In terms of the train fleet, again, these are updates from previous slides you would have seen. That we're making good progress on the train fleet. We're modifying the existing 72 trains. 23 have been modified today. That's up from 13 at our previous update in June. And we've got 49 to complete, and they're on track and ready for opening. We now have 14, a slight update to that slide since it was published, of the new fleet that's gone into service, with only 9 now remaining, which are either still in manufacturing in Mexico or in transition over into Auckland. So they're on track as well for the opening next year of CRL. Next slide, please. In terms of preparation for frontline staff, recruitment and training, with Auckland One Rail and Downer, our operator and maintenance contractor, we're making some very good progress around that. As we near opening, some of these figures may change, and we'll update the council in due course, but the statistics basically show that we're tracking against the current baseline programme. New train drivers are recruited. It takes about a year to train a new driver, so that's well underway, and other key roles, including trainers and trainers of the new staff, are all in place across our station operations teams and maintenance teams, so that's on track as well. Next slide, please. We're really starting to focus now on how can we build that confidence that Pat Rocky talked about, building up to a launch date. How do we build the confidence prior to that, and how do we manage risk post that launch date as well with regards to the timetable? So building the confidence comprises actually obviously testing of the new infrastructure and systems. We're running at the moment modelling computer models around the new timetable from a punctuality, reliability and conflict perspective to get confidence through actual analysis of what the new timetable looks like. And that will translate into early next year into full timetable testing in the real world, on the ground, through the infrastructure and across the existing network as well. So 3 steps to build confidence for when we actually get to the point where we're comfortable to agree, ready to launch for the public.
from day one, managing the risk of reliability and punctuality progresses from there. So rather than a big bang approach, we are looking at how do we progressively build up services from day onwards. And the graphics to the right just show how we've split the service pattern across the peak and the all-day periods to allow us to progressively build that timetable over the first few months of operations to manage that reliability risk. In addition to that, there'll be an overlay of what we call a hypercare approach, which is providing across KiwiRail, ourselves, AOR and Downer, additional resources which you do not need on an ongoing basis, but which we want on hand there in the first few weeks, first few months, to be able to respond to any issues and incidents that may happen as we launch the system. I'll hand back to Stacey on precinct.
Great. So picking up too on the previous presentation about some of the urban realm projects in terms of that precinct and public transport tie-in, Karangahape, our precinct integration project, is on track for completion at the end of this year. After a lot of feedback and engagement, the Waitemata Local Board endorsed the way forward for the design at the end of July, and it really was about striking that balance between the different views and needs whilst making sure that it was aligned with the broader city master plan in particular. The project is now on completion which is great because obviously that was disrupted there for a little bit. At Te Waihoratu, the cycleway has opened on Victoria Street with further stages underway. The CRL and Link Alliance works on Albert Street and Merrill Drive will soon allow us to return the buses that currently turn down Pitt Street and through to Queen Street, so back onto Albert Street, which will make a huge difference. I know there's a lot of buses that traverse Queen Street, so that will happen before the end of the year, so I know that everybody will look forward to that. Yeah, and it will make actually a really big difference to commute times for customers too. They'll have that more consistency, which is really good, and will sort of improve outcomes for all public transport users. So if we now go to Mungkai. Oh, we're on it. We've obviously been working really closely with Auckland Council's led working group in terms of the outcomes of this precinct. And so working with Auckland Urban Development Office team have reviewed the development outcomes and obviously putting more focus in terms of what this means going forward. Our interest has obviously been in the transport outcomes and making sure that they're fit for purpose and taking into consideration the views on that too. With that in mind, we're making sure that come day one that there is ample opportunity for the likes of rideshare and stops through to the stations, which is incredibly important, whilst making sure we're actually future-proofing for the future, particularly on that Ruru lane, so that at some point when we need to open up that space more and traverse buses through, that's going to be available to us. So that work has happened. Obviously, the transitional site activations is a big focus, and that's a piece that some of our teams are leading. So what internally that space is looking like and making sure that we're working with the business associations to activate that space come day one and make sure that it is an inviting and welcoming place to be. So there's still plenty to be done, but it has come a long way in a short period of time in terms of what that future looks like. Now, I think I'm actually handing over to John.
Thanks, Stacey. Kia ora, Mayor, Council. Thanks for the opportunity to brief. I'm going to get Joe to operate the slide for me. So we're going to the first slide. What I'm going to go through today is give you the overview of what our partners, AT, Auckland One Rail and KiwiRail are.
John, can I just get you to speak a little closer to the microphone? Thanks.
Sure.
Thanks.
Is that better? Yeah. What I'd like to do is just take you through the network closures that we've committed to as a collective group until the end of January. And in the graphic you have in front of you, you'll note, I just want to explain the graphic because when I first saw this, I was a little bit confused. So the dark circles around the colours represent what we call full line closures, where it has no dark circle around the colours and they're faded. It represents a partial network closure, which means you run a reduced frequency of train services. And on the left-hand side, we're talking about the Western Line, Southern Line, Eastern Line, and Onehunga. So in accordance with the path from September through to the end of January 26, you can see we have partial closures in the school holidays from the 20th of September through to the 5th of October on the Western and Southern line, and services will remain operating on the Eastern and Onehunga line. In October, we're looking at a Labour weekend full closure across all lines and limited works in the weekends in October on the Western and Southern line. In November, you've got partial closures across the network to allow works to continue on the Western line and the outer sections of the network. And in Christmas, we're heading into a December 27 through to January the 26th in 2026, a full network closure to complete critical path works to lead into, as Mark indicated, the testing and commissioning and the complex systems integration that's needed between the end of that block of line in Christmas, January 26, right through until the end of April, to allow sufficient time to open sometime in 26. Next slide, please. This gives you a schematic of where we're going with our network rebuild program, which is the invasive works, formation, drainage and critical path to get the network up to the standard it needs to be to run 16 trains per hour. In the south, in the southern network diagram, you can see in the pink, that represents the 3 stations that are being built, which are future projects, Nakaroa, Drury and Pairata. Those are on program and working well. In the centre part of the network from Wiri to Pairata, that's the balance of the rail network rebuild work, which is all of your rail formation, subgrade and other works that need to be complete by the 26th of January 2026. And then in the heart of the network, you've got more work continuing in CRL, focusing on Parnell Tunnel to do reconstruction and working on the Western Line. On the bottom left of the graphic, that shows you how we are tracking to percentage complete, planned versus actual work. And you can see the green represents what we have done, the orange represents where we're going to with our tracking as at now, and you can see we're in a good place in terms of where we are going to meet our commitments to finish invasive works at the end of January, so we're all on program. Next slide, please, Joe. Oh, sorry. And the rail network rebuild, this is really what we're doing in more granular detail, where we are going to be working at Christmas. Basically, the colour coding represented by the key, you can see we're doing a bulk of work at Christmas with the green shaded areas. And we've got work beginning before Christmas in the southern line there to complete, so that when we complete our work at the end of January, that just gives you a progressive colour-coded progress map. I'll hand to Joe and go through communications. Thanks.
Hi everyone, just a brief one from me. Here on behalf of the comms teams from all 3 organisations again, so AT, CRLL and Kiwi Rail. We continue with our kind of ongoing approach, which we've got into a bit of a groove with, where we will communicate through various channels ahead of our closures and communicate with various...
I'm just going to ask you to move your microphone forward too, thanks.
Sorry. So yeah, we continue on with our communications ahead of, during and after the rail closures, and we have various stakeholders that we communicate with regularly on that, particularly in the south around where we do the road bridging around Southdown and Onehunga. One of the things that we're aware of is that before the summer closure, which is obviously fairly long, we will kind of ramp up our communications to just make sure that everyone understands what's coming. Keep reminding people of that what and why. We continue to balance trying to build excitement with the public with the whole managing expectations. Ongoing newsletters, hopefully you all receive our 3-month look ahead, which goes to all elected members. Yeah, and I think basically, you know, we're getting fairly good feedback. People seem to kind of understand what's happening. We have had some stakeholder requests around wanting to understand a bit more about what the rail network rebuild looks like. So we have produced a series of kind of explainer videos using our people who are working out on the network just to kind of explain what we're doing, and we'll start to release those ahead of the next rail closure on the school holidays. And that's it from me. Any questions?
Thank you, Joe. I'm going to ask Barry Potter if he wouldn't mind, from his perspective, he's done a fantastic job for us in terms of our director and the coordination of this. If he can just give a little overview on how he is seeing it progressing.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I might just address the actual engagement that goes on between all the parties involved in this project, because it is extensive. Some is formal and some is informal. So we have, for example, a monthly meeting between the sponsors and City Rail Link Limited. Next one of those is on Monday, and we cover off a number of items there. We also have the One Client Alliance, which John Bridgman referred to, between City Rail Link Limited, Auckland Transport, Kiwi Rail, Auckland One Rail, and the contractor is involved in the Link Alliance as well. And that meets regularly. I sit on the Project Alliance Board, the PAB, for that. There is also the One Client Governance Group, which sits over the whole lot. That comprises senior people from Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail, City Rail Link Limited, the chairs and CEs. There is, and that meets about every 3 months or so. It varies a little bit. The Minister, Mayor and Deputy Mayor, Minister of Transport, that meets every second month. The next one of those is later this month. And one of the things I really want to emphasise, because it is very important here, is the relationships between City Rail Link Limited and the sponsors. Look, the interaction is daily, sometimes it feels hourly, but and it is very open. And City Rail Link Limited do share openly with the sponsors' representatives about things that are going on in the project, good stuff, and when challenges come along. So the relationships are very important, and I think, in my view, they are quite a contributor to where the project is at right now. So there is a lot of oversight that occurs.
Thank you for that, Barry. There's a lot of moving parts, that's for sure. The first question that we have is Shane Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. You've got a couple around the Western Line. I see that what we've got is appearing to be a single track from Henderson west to Swanson from September all the way through to January, and then a summer rail closure where the entire thing is shut down. So could you talk in more detail as to why that's the case? Because it seems like a huge shutdown period for that area.
So the Western Line is, we're still running services on the Western Line, single line running around Henderson station limits, where there's a lot of construction, drainage and station works going on. And then the balance of that work is being done at the Christmas block to check that it's up to standard around assurance. And then there's testing and commissioning for signalling using Siemens, our subcontractor. So we're still running services, but at limited frequency. If that communication is not clear, then we need to get that out through our communications team to constituents and council. And with Christmas has always been signalled as a 4-week shut because of the wide-ranging nature of the work and the way it's been sequenced. A lot of it relates to the amount of contractor capacity we have and the way in which the works have been programmed. And the real critical piece to it is that at this Christmas block of line, at the end of all of the invasive work, there is a lot of commissioning and signalling that needs to be done with both OLE, which is our electrical cabling, and our signalling to actually make it complete by the 26th to then enable AT to start running their timetable testing. So there is a significant amount of impact network-wide. But to your question on the Western Line, you still be able to single line run. They are partial closures, and the frequency is reduced. And then at Christmas there will be it is a full closure to complete the works.
Yeah, I'm just still a little bit confused. So can I break that down? So what work is being planned for the single line section, so September to December or so, January? And then what work is being done in the full shutdown? Could you not do it all during the full shutdown is what I'm really saying.
Yeah, look, what I can do is I can take that offline and come back to you to give you a full breakdown, if you wish. Or Dave?
No, I can partially answer that. So Councillor. No, it cannot be done in the 4 weeks. And basically, much like every part of the network, we have to do invasive works on the main line over a period of time. The choice we face is 100% shut, potentially for a lesser time, or 50% shut. The decision taken is that we are able to do the invasive works we need to do, but keep trains running. We believe that to be a better customer-focused outcome than the 100% shut for potentially a shorter period, but more disruption. So it's the same works that we've done around the east, same works we've done around Southdown, and the same type of works that we are doing to the south. It's just that more of it is able to be done while keeping one line running.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. So we've talked about the single tracking period. Could you give us an idea of the train frequency for that section of time?
No, I can't. We'll have to come back to you on that, or at least John has that to hand, or the AT folk.
So I can't be clear with West Aucklanders on the frequency of their trains from this month?
We can, and so in summary, all day during the September holidays, there'll be a reduced frequency of around 60 minutes. In the peak, that will be 20 minutes between Watercare and Henderson, and 30 minutes from Henderson out to Swanson. So, but we will confirm that through our comms over the next week or so.
Thank you. I really appreciate that answer. Last question from me. So there's been some reputational risks already. Are you concerned about reputational risk on the length of single track operation, because it is quite long, going into an entire shutdown in summer? What are your plans to get residents west of Henderson back on the trains?
Yeah, I think that's one for us rather than Kiwi Rail. You're right. Yeah, it's hard to swallow. And I think the thing is we're just about there, yeah? And so in terms of levels of disruption, there's some level of comfort that obviously this is the heavy bit that we have to do. We have to enable it, yeah? It's not nice. We're making sure there's alternate services that are layered and they're resilient and people will be able to get to where they need to be, but it is difficult, yeah? I think we need to accept that people will not be happy with it, yeah? But there is something at the end of this journey for us that's going to provide a much better level of service.
Sun is about to rise again on our train network in West Auckland. I think that's the message. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. The Mayor, Wayne Brown.
Thanks for the presentation. I did a bit of a trip out south on the train just recently, and it was quite informative, and we visited. I felt quite positive about quite a lot of things, but there seems to be not the same confidence about timetables as what you're saying from the Rail 1 operators. There seemed to be, I talked about some clash between Kiwi Rail's right to run freight in the evening during a time when there is a rush on, and a few other bits and pieces, so I didn't come back quite so super confident. And I know that they're not part of the group that show up today, so perhaps we can have an input of exactly how well the operators feel about it, as well as yourself, or what, whether or not you're hearing the same thing. I'm not telling tales on anybody, but I just want to preside over a cock-up, if that's all right.
Am I seeing that you're preparing yourself to respond to that?
Look, I think I can give an initial response because it was actually raised at the media event associated with the level crossings. We have Kiwi Rail's role in this is to prepare what is known as an integrated timetable. So it has to accommodate all the users of that. Our modelling to date shows that all the movements that are required can be accommodated within timetable. But you're right, Wayne, it is tight, and AOR have concerns that it feels a little bit too tight to them. We have to finish that. And if we have to move a few trains about a little bit, then we do so. We've got to be pragmatic about it. There are customers for freight. If I have to move stuff out of the port or something of that nature, I need a train path as well. We can't run in the peak of the peak. I mean, that's pretty obvious. But we have Tahuia coming in and we have other services going out. All of those have to be accommodated in a way that works. So I'm not going to give a blithe assurance that all will be fine here, but we are deeply conscious of the need to get it finally signed off an integrated program and then make sure the network's fit for purpose to operate on so it can be held to. And the operating procedures of ourselves and AOR when we're driving trains are as slick as they can possibly be.
Oh, that's a pretty good answer. Thanks, Dave. I get the pressures. I know the freight's really important, but the Tahuia is a loss maker extraordinaire, and I don't really want that to wreck what goes on with City Rail Link.
Thank you for that. I have a question, and that is probably directed to Barry in the first instance. As we come up to an election period, are all the delegations, given that this is such an important project for the country, are all the delegations in place that we can be assured that there will be the smooth continuation of decision-making over the election period?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of this project in City Rail Link Limited, I believe that's the case. We continue to have as I say, the meetings next later this month with Minister and Mayor and Deputy Mayor. But the project continues on. At the moment, it's more about just tracking progress without any big decisions coming through. And it's as City Rail Link Limited mentioned, it's currently operating within the funding available. So I believe that's the situation we look through October until delegations come back.
Thank you very much. There appears to be no further questions, so I'm going to move that we receive the report on the enabling works for the opening of the City Rail Link. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you. I'll ask you now to retire and invite any comments from councillors. There appear to be, Councillor Lee.
Sorry, I was going to ask a question, but I might as well comment. I'm just a little bit concerned, well, not a little bit, extremely concerned about the lack of progress in our rail project, in the completion of the CRL, which was meant to be, we were told 3 years ago was going to be late 2024, and also what Kiwi Rail called the RNR rail rebuild project, which was put on a fast track, hard and fast. Don't worry about burning off patronage, we'll get it done quickly and then we'll rebuild from there. And that was the strategy they preferred, and that's the strategy they went with. The only problem is that they haven't, and was meant to be completed in time for the opening of the CRL late in 2024, I think you said, Mr. Gordon. But anyway, that has not happened, and it's not like the CRL. When that will be completed is not clear at all, and I don't think that really is acceptable for us as a funder, and especially so for the people who are reliant on trains. Public transport patronage 3 years in, and some 4 years after the pandemic and its impacts, is 12% down of what it was in 2019. And those figures took years of hard work and a lot of money to build up, and we're persistently failing to recover. And all of these things, what's happening in the central city, and the fall off of people coming into the central city, all of this is connected, but it's disappointing that we don't have clarity and a lot more pace in getting this work done. I feel sorry for the KiwiRail PR people having to put out explainer videos still. Explaining in PR, I understand, is losing. Explaining is losing, but the people who are really losing are the ratepayers who pay for this and the people who are reliant on our rail public transport. So I would ask KiwiRail to review their approach and also have a look at what happens in other successful cities in terms of rail operations. They're not too far from where we are, especially in Australia. And to my knowledge, they don't shut down, they don't have the block of lines that we seem to have, seem to be so promiscuous block of the lines that we have in Auckland. There must be better ways of maintaining and upgrading a rail system without actually shutting it down. I think if I recall, I inquired some time ago about how many block of the lines we've had over the last, since 2008 when KiwiRail was founded, and I think it was over 2 years. 2 years of rail services out of action in Auckland, in the country's biggest city, despite the huge amount of money we put into it. I don't think that's good enough, and I think in the coming term of council, whoever is here needs to really focus on the relationship with AT and KiwiRail, and I know Mr Potter says that relationships are good and all the rest of it. Well, the situation is not good. And until the situation becomes a lot better, the relationships should be not so happy and complacent. So thank you, Mr Gordon. I hope you've heard what I've had to say. We have discussed this question going back some years now, and it's disappointing that my concerns about the way you approach the RNA have unfortunately been borne out. I think we need to get the job done as quickly as possible, and the same with the CRL, so that the people of Auckland who are paying for all this stuff can actually benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to you both. This is going to be a painful summer. It's going to be a painful summer with no trains. But I think you've done a great job giving us a huge amount of notice, as much as you can, doing the work that you're doing on the comms, making sure that elected members know, and so that we can share it through our networks and the media can share it through their networks. Look, we've got some big events coming up over the summer, and it will be tough. Auckland Transport, thank you. Thank you for getting the buses on the road to support that. We're very lucky that it's at a school holidays are in place, so you'll probably have some spares there. But there's, you can't say that we don't know. It's September now, and we've got that forward plan, and I think it's up to all of us to get out there and share that information so Aucklanders understand it. To KiwiRail comms people, you've said you're glad you don't have my job, and I'm glad I don't have yours. But collectively, I think we will be able to share that news to assist you as much as possible. Thank you.
Richard Hills.
Madam Chair, and yeah, just it is important that, yes, I've been annoyed at rail closures, especially when there've been like signal failures and things that I feel could be better managed. But the rail upgrades, you cannot put a train across track that you've completely ripped up and you're rebuilding the retaining walls and the bases of those tracks, some which have not been upgraded for 90 years. I think it was 330 million 2 years ago, and now the government have announced another 600. You cannot do that work with it open because there are no tracks. And I guess the patronage issue, buses and ferries are almost back to pre-COVID there, and we're getting really good numbers on all of those. I see it myself every day. But once again, if you have rail closed, as in what was it, 100 days this year or something, that means zero patronage. You cannot possibly increase patronage when there is no train. So it is hard, it is difficult, but I hope that this massive upgrade that has to be done, much like the pipes in Queen Street, you can't replace 100-year-old Watercare pipes without digging up the road. Once it is done, hopefully we see a far more seamless train use. Hopefully that any closures are more in the night because it's low maintenance upgrades and testing rather than full upgrades where you have to rip up the tracks and all the base course. So I think, yes, we would all love if it could be magically done by fairies and it didn't have to mean digging things up. But unfortunately, when you're rebuilding a city that hasn't had work in 100 years, then that's the issue we face. So thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to close off by, because it's the last meeting of this committee, really acknowledging you all and thanking you all. And it's always wonderful to see Kiwi Rail here. This is messy, it's complicated, the governance, everything has been hard, but it's so important for New Zealand. Every day that I come to the town hall, I walk past that bronze statue of Sir Dovemar Robertson. That was not done by the Auckland Council, it was commissioned by a few of us who felt he should be honoured for his vision for Auckland. And every day that I walk past it, I stop and smile at Robbie and that beautiful bronze piece, and note others doing it as well. But I think he would have understood it was going to be messy, but we're getting there. So thank you all for your part in actually bringing this vision together, and we look forward to seeing you again in the next term. Thank you very much. I'm going to put it now. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary say no. That is carried. Thank you. I am most remiss because I was so busy looking for a quorum, I forgot to put the minutes. So I'm going to move the minutes of the last meeting. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you very much, Councillor Sayers. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary say no. That is carried. So we now come to agenda item 10, and we invite Steve Mutton from the New Zealand Transport Agency to update us. And along with Steve, we have Catherine King. So welcome.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, I'd just like to say thank you to the councillors and to the Mayor for your support and your input during this last term as NZTA invest in a transport system that is all about enabling people and freight to move quickly, efficiently and safely around Auckland. So really, we're actually at an end of an era right now as we have either completed or we're currently just commencing working on the very final parts of our original network plan for Auckland. Over the last 3 years, we've been incredibly busy, sort of focusing on the large program by the ambitious land transport investment agenda by central government. And since late 2022, we've been focused across the whole Auckland network. Across the whole region, we've either completed or started the construction of many, many state highway activities. So before I hand over to Catherine to talk about Mill Road today, just want to quickly brief you on some of the successful projects across the region. So to the north, the last term, we completed the 18.5 kilometre Puhoi to Warkworth motorway and increased its speed on it to improve the productivity. We've completed the Northern Corridor improvements and the complete Western Ring Route. We've commenced Penlink Omaharangi to get the new connection through to Whangaparoa. And we've just commenced the Warkworth to Tahana, the next stage in connecting Northland with Auckland. In the central area, we focused on the State Highway 16 strand optimisation, getting more efficient freight connections and safety improvements through there. We've completed stages on the Glenniness to Tamaki pathway. We're looking at options for the Waitemata Harbour connections for the future, and we've just started the East-West Link project. To the west, we've got State Highway 16 improvements, Brigham Creek to Waimelku, got the Northwest Alternative State Highway underway, And of course, we've started the North West Busway. In the south, State Highway 1, Takanini to Papakura, and then Papakura to Drury. We're doing Waihoe Road upgrade and also State Highway 22 upgrade. We've looked at the Bombay interchange to optimise it, and we've started the Mill Road project, which Catherine will talk about shortly. And across the whole network, we're protecting future corridors for future growth. We've got an amazing amount of spend in maintenance, including renewal program. We're looking at optimisation across the whole network to ensure we get the best out of our network. And we're installing safety cameras to improve enforcement, which includes commercial vehicle safety centres in a number of locations. And lastly, we're leveraging digital to make sure that we're in the modern world and using technology to be more efficient and more effective. And we're also now thinking about the future and the steps that we need to take. And Catherine's also going to talk to us a little bit about our Auckland motorway strategy, which puts out our steps for the future. So I'll hand over to Catherine to talk about Mill Road.
Kia ora koutou. Mill Road provides really important resilience for the strategic transport network for South Auckland. Not only bringing that resilience, but also enabling the huge amount of growth that is planned across South Auckland and indeed happening already. The corridor itself is a long one. It's 21 kilometres in length, and it traverses quite different environments from the densely urbanised areas adjacent to Manukau, through some quite rural communities and through to the increasingly built up areas around Drury. We're proposing a route that responds to those different environments, is cost effective and appropriate for the environments that it's travelling through. Next slide. Stage 1 is part of our prioritised programme of the government's roads of national significance. This route, and indeed the whole corridor, has been an aspiration of the community for some time. So we're really pleased to see it part of the government's prioritised programme. Stage 1, from Manukau down to Alfriston, provides much needed an increase in capacity for growing communities through the area, and also enables the really significant number of buses coming through from Flatbush accessing Manukau. It also enables much safer travel, particularly particularly through intersections along this part of the corridor, with 6 improved intersections and 2 new intersections. Next slide. So overall, it's accommodating the huge amount of growth occurring across the corridor, bringing resilience to people travelling through the community, and enabling really important freight travelling through the corridor. And the next slide. Stage 1, we're getting on with at pace. We're doing our final work at the moment in preparation of applying for our fast track approval. That is imminent. We're proposing to lodge that in the next couple of months. We have engagement going on with local boards and across the community. This builds on the huge amount of engagement that has taken place by both ourselves and Auckland Transport since 2009 across the corridor. We are working at pace towards construction starting off in mid next year and looking to complete stage 1 by 2032. The route protection, which we've heard loud and clear from members of the community, in particular the development community through the corridor towards Drury, people want certainty on what we are doing on that section of the corridor, and we're getting on with route protection to complete within this National Land Transport Program period before 2027. So I'll move us along to the Auckland Motorway Strategic Plan, which Steve gave us a really great summary of all the really important work that we have done over the last couple of decades to complete, enlarge the motorway network for Auckland. So what we are looking at across this strategy for the next 30 years is how we respond to the growth proposed in Auckland, opportunities with an array of development, technology and plans by our partners in Auckland, as well as challenges that we might face across that period. We're looking at interventions from optimising the corridor that's there today through to improvements to make intersections along the corridor work more efficiently, through to some significant improvements to existing parts of the motorway corridor. It is looking at the corridor in its entirety, so where there are sections of the corridor that need to improve efficiency of movement of people, we are looking at how we can improve rapid transit along those corridors. Where we need to improve efficiency of freight movements and prioritising freight to strategic locations along the corridor, and where it's important to improve access through local communities with local roads crossing the motorway corridor. So everything from short-term interventions through to some significant improvements to the corridor. This will form our part of the Auckland Integrated Transport Plan and inform our future state highway improvement proposals. So the next slide. We've just completed our first stage of the program, understanding and interrogating data and inputs to help us really understand what's required for Auckland. And are entering our second part of the process that's looking at how we might prioritise interventions into the future. We'll then be working with our partners at the Ministry of Transport, Auckland Council, Auckland Transport and Kiwi Rail to bring this together into the Auckland Integrated Transport Plan, the work for which will kick off in the next couple of months. Can we take any questions?
Thank you very much, both of you. The question order that I have thus far is Councillor Newman, Councillor Dalton, and the Mayor, Wayne Brown. So we'll start with Councillor Newman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Chair, and thank you to the officials from NZTA. I just wanted to get a sense, are there any particularly difficult acquisition issues that you are still trying to resolve with respect to stage one, that area running between Redoubt and Alfriston? That's the first question.
Thank you, Councillor. Our major challenge is this sheer volume of property that we need to acquire. There's over 200 properties that we're currently property owners we're currently in negotiation with. We're working through that at pace in order to hit that start of construction timeline for mid next year. And we have taken a strategic approach to that with some of the properties, the larger properties that we're prioritising first. So at present, there aren't challenging negotiations. It's the number of properties we require that is challenging.
Okay. My next question, are you confident, or could you describe the degree to which you are resourced with the personnel to undertake the construction within the stage one part of this particular network starting in 2026?
We have attempted to be as efficient as possible with our program by bringing on contractors early. So we've recently awarded our early contractor to Downers who've displayed a real strength in their team in understanding the local community and a lot of care for the area, given the number of their staff who live locally. They started with us 2 weeks ago, and we have our designers on board now from Oricon who are working very closely with them to ensure we're running as effectively as we can through the coming months. So we're fully staffed now, contractors, consultants, and our internal team.
Okay, moving forward with your indulgence, Chair, I've got a couple more questions. So I'm very enthusiastic about this project, obviously, and I do support the root protection as you have applied for it for the NOR Stage 2. Concurrent to the NOR Stage 2 application, have you had, are there many indications of success in relation to willing seller opportunities within that particular corridor, notwithstanding the NOR process that you have to complete? People are obviously wanting a degree of certainty, and some people might be keenly interested to go early, and I think that matter is actually addressed with the changes that Parliament is considering at the moment anyway. But can you describe any successes that you are forecasting with NZTA and those property owners within that particular stage of the corridor?
Yes, certainly. We take an approach of responding to where there is a hardship claim, where there is a seller who has a situation that we should respond to and support. We also take a look at where there are strategic properties that if we purchase in advance, support the certainty and cost effectiveness of delivery of the corridor. So we are just starting down that track with our early work on Stage 2. With Stage 3, we have already had conversations with a number of developers who have set aside land that was based on the corridor that was developed under supporting growth, and we're continuing to work with them to ensure we have the space to both build the corridor and for the corridor to run as efficiently as possible. So there's a number of conversations underway.
Oh, Catherine, well, my one final question then, if you want to, what you've just said to me would indicate that, and Minister Bishop told us that he was advised by officials that the NOR Stage 3 is likely to be filed in 2027, 2 years from now. Are you expecting that the application for the NOR Stage 3 is likely to be on the or close to the corridor that was proposed under the earlier Supporting Growth Alliance work before the project was canned by the previous government?
We have a process underway to develop an investment case for the corridor, which will put decisions up to our board based on opportunities for us to improve access and balancing that with providing a efficient, resilient corridor. So we will be looking through a variety of different options that provide the board genuine decisions between those things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm on Mill Road too. So it's difficult, isn't it, that, the whole process. And I remember when I was local board chair, early 2012-13, meeting with residents in Readout Road about the uncertainty. So I wonder, are there lessons learnt around that that process as we go forward for central government? That's not my question. My question is around the timing. So Mill Road Stage 1 is expected to be completed in 2032. We have sort of no ballpark on when Stage 2 will start. I'm thinking around the logistics of the volumes of traffic coming through Stage 1, and then what? And the length of time it's going to take to complete Stage 2 and Stage 3. So we're heading into probably 2040s, maybe later, for those two stages. I think the acquisitions are funded, I'm not sure, for Stage 2. Or it's the planning that's funded for Stage 2, not acquisitions. Is that correct?
So we have funding as part of our program for route protection, and that includes strategic property purchase or where there are hardship claims. So that is the approach we take on all of our strategic corridor route protections. As part of that investment case process that I mentioned before, that will go up to our board for decision next year, that will propose to the board timing that responds to growth across the South Auckland area, and where we recommend construction commences, and the board and ultimately the government then make that decision.
Okay. So at the moment the certainty is around the possible certainty of finishing Stage 1 in 2032. There's a lot of disruption down there with FTNs, RTNs, bridges, trains, and this will add to that. I just wonder what the conversations are around how that traffic is managed, how it's managed for people coming through, but how it's managed for residents that are living there.
Absolutely. We're very cognizant of the potential for disruption along the route. That's the reason why we've brought our contractor Downers on early. By bringing them in early, they are working closely with our designer to identify a construction timetable and technique that minimises that impact on local people. There will, of course, be disruption because it is a really extensive piece of work that requires the regrading of the road and digging up of driveways all the way along the route, and replacement of utilities along the route. So that will be disruptive, but bringing our contractor in early enables us to ensure we're designing a program that is efficient as possible. And as I mentioned, they are really passionate about the local community and ensuring they're doing right by the local community.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Big job.
Thank you very much. Mayor Wayne Brown.
Thank you for this NZTA. I've got a couple of questions. And the big picture question is, you mentioned the integrated transport plan, and we've got a 30-year integrated transport plan sort of thinking coming up. There's a complete absence of noting anything about the harbour crossing, which is something which is quite important. So I think that, you're not going to be able to do that in secret, so I think you should include that if that's all right. And then with Mill Road, it is kind of a local road, but it's become kind of a super highway. I noticed that when it was costed a decade ago, it was at 300 million. It's now 1.7 billion rather. It's $242,000 per metre. Now, you must be buying 200 castles, not just houses, to do that. If you would be prepared to give me $1.7 billion, and I promise to do it, my family would be rich for several centuries. I think you've lost the prop in costs. It's Puhoi all over again. Please don't tell me that Oricon was involved in Puhoi and in this one. Were they? Because I just think it's I've got no problem with doing up Mill Road, but $1.7 billion, is that just because the government are paying for it? Because if the council were paying it, would be, I wouldn't let it go beyond 300 million, you just have to spend that amount and that's it. So how does it get so bloody expensive? And will we be including the harbour crossing and things from now on? Please.
Mayor, thank you for your question. As with any one of our projects that NZTA does, it's completed with value for money as a real focus. And as you know, it's one of the central government's priority areas. So as it goes through our investment case, we absolutely make sure that we test those assumptions and it gets signed off by our board through those investment cases itself. In terms of Mill Road, we got strong direction from central government about the function and form of that connection. So we were working that as part of our standardisation design to make sure that we build to value for money.
Well, that's probably where the cost is, the standardisation of design. Have they changed dramatically since the Puhoi fiasco?
As with any project that we do in-depth lessons learned, and we take those lessons learned from other projects into our new projects. So yes, we have done lessons learned on Puhoi, and we've implemented those across our portfolios.
Other projects of NZTA or just other projects?
Other projects of NZTA.
Wouldn't
and
it be
sharing
good to look
those
at somebody
wider,
else's
sharing
projects?
those wider with our service providers.
Okay, well, I mean, I get on well with you, so I'm not picking on you, don't think about that. But I am picking on the NZTA costs, which just seem to be, I mean, admittedly they're going to say the government's paying for that, but every time they throw out $1.7 billion when you can do it from $1 billion odd less is something less we do somewhere else. So the pressure will continue from me. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Look, I wondered if I could talk about something completely different. State Highway 16, Stage 1, Brigham to Waimalku. The removal of the median wire barrier from the project appears to be quite an alarming decision. Could you firstly talk me through that decision and why it was made?
Yes, certainly. So, first of all, safety is really important for the New Zealand Transport Agency. But part of that particular work, we were engaging with the community and we were getting insights from the community around how they use the state highway and how it forms part of their everyday life as they use that critical connection. Therefore, from those conversations, we made the decision to not install the wire rope barrier. We're doing lots of other safety interventions on that project, on that state highway. And we'll continue to monitor those over time. But this was a decision made based on community insight, community feedback, and ways of looking how we can reduce overall cost on projects.
Okay, so a few follow-ups on that. So can you confirm whether that decision was supported by internal advice and recommendations from, say, engineers' reports, things like that?
The decision was made on a number of inputs and made by senior representatives of New Zealand Transport Agency.
What did the experts say around whether it was important safety-wise?
It's all part of the work that we do across agency, is look at ways that we balance technical input and outcomes, of which safety is an important outcome that we make sure that we deliver.
In that answer, you've explained that it's as a result of feedback in the consultation process. Can you go into more detail in terms of consultation results, community support for the barrier or not?
Yeah, I don't have those with me, but happy to take this offline with you, Councillor, and we can work through those.
Cool, thanks. And I think that's a really good idea. I'd love to know a bit more about this because it's sort of just come across my desk. But my last question here is look, I'm sure you're aware, the NZTA and the Environment Court actually brought up the necessity of the median barrier from a safety perspective. So I'm just wondering if that opinion has changed through the process or not.
So the New Zealand Transport Agency takes its direction from the government policy statement, and the government policy statement's very clear about how we consider outcomes, of which balancing efficiency, productivity, safety, and value for money.
But so to summarise, the GPS was really the main driver for the decision to reverse this safety barrier. Is that fair? Is that a fair comment?
The government policy statement guides the New Zealand Transport Agency in terms of the decision that we make, and taking those inputs, talking about taking the inputs from the community, we made the decision to not put the wire rope barriers in at this stage.
Okay. I'd like to follow that up further and reserve my right to speak. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just some questions about Mill Road. So the 2 billion, well, the 1.75 to 2 billion cost, is that just for stage 1 now?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I see it's not budgeted for yet, but it says would likely to be budgeted for through tolling, but that's for maintenance and the build. Is it accurate that if it's at about 10,000 users a day, it could be like $50 each way to use?
A tolling assessment is done based on willingness to pay and balancing that with the options for alternate routes, the diversion rate that might occur as part of introducing a toll. So there's a quite broad assessment that is done and community consultation that is carried out on the route that informs our approach to tolling.
Kia ora. And it's good to see the shared paths and bus priority and things have survived. But are the team thinking forward of by 2032, and as Councillor Dalton was saying, there will be a lot of urbanisation in that area. Are we kind of future-proofing it to be safe for local as well? We just have so many 4 to 6 lane roads around our city that kids and others just can't get across safely. Are we thinking of how we combine all that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the project includes a number of intersection upgrades that include safe crossing points for people and safe, much wider footpaths along the corridor. And we'll be working closely with Auckland Transport on the connecting routes into that.
Okay, thank you. And last question, and I know it's not you to kick off the direction of these things yourselves, but are the team doing any work on the depreciation and maintenance renewal cost for the future? Because these, obviously we have to do it from our side of things, but I'm not sure NZTA have the same requirements. But I'm just wondering the renewal of these massive roads right around the country, but let alone in Auckland, I imagine, are we looking at what that's going to cost in 20, 30 years' time?
Yes, our projects include an assessment of the whole of life cost of the project, and that is built into the future National Land Transport Program for maintenance of the corridor.
Very last question, very unrelated, but and thank you, Steve, for following up my questions in certain areas. But are we getting ahead of I'm starting to see a lot more noxious weeds and things along the road corridors. Are those budgets keeping up with what's happening out there? Even I'm seeing wilding pines and pampas and different things along Shoal Bay. Just haven't seen that before. So just wondering what that looks like going forward.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Yes, so yes, our budgets around compliance with noxious weeds is there and keeping up. We are looking at using a targeted approach, so going to those areas where we're seeing seedlings or increase in that, and certainly targeting those areas to make sure that we keep those under control.
Okay, and as soon as I contacted you about the moth plant, it was all gone, so thanks for that. But yeah, I'm hoping there's more strategic approach rather than just waiting on that. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Just a question as you talked there. The public's concerned about the safety barrier that's been removed. Was it because it was a safety barrier, or was it because it was a construction methodology of wire rope?
It was purely around the safety barrier in the middle of the road. It didn't matter in terms of what the construction was in the middle.
It was going to be a wire rope construction, correct?
It was, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart is the last question.
All right, thank you. Just wondered if you'd be able to answer me something. What is the criteria for, there's going to be a march over the Auckland Harbour Bridge later this month, and I just wondered what the criteria is, because being the Chair of Civil Defence, I'm an emergency, I'm quite concerned, because I know when we have had other sort of marches and different things that have happened, it's caused a lot of problems for a lot of people, and especially for the people that live over in the North Shore. Of maybe, just for an example, somebody's getting ready to give birth and they can't give birth over in the North Shore, and they have to get over to Auckland Hospital, or people have got you know, an emergency, some sort of emergency. I just wondered what the criteria and how you're going to handle it, because what I'm reading here, there's going to be, they're thinking there's going to be tens of thousands of people that are going to be crossing the Harbour Bridge, and how many hours would that take? So I think this is it's a very important question. I'm not standing again, but I'm just thinking for all the elected members that are sitting around this table, I think it's a question that they really need to understand and know, because whatever happens on that day, when you have tens of thousands of people that are crossing over a harbour bridge, it doesn't matter what the protest or whether it's bikes going over there or whatever. This could be a very serious situation, because nobody knows what can happen on a day. We could have a terrible storm. We could have anything could be happening. So thank you.
Steve, I mean, it's very good to have this foreshadowed. If you can't answer comprehensively today, it's perhaps something that can be sent around to councillors by way of advice and to the Hakura IMSB.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, NZTA has been made aware of a potential protest that may happen. It has been led by the police. It's a police operation, and we will take direction from the police, obviously working very closely with Auckland Transport to ensure that people and motorists remain safe during that time. But it is a police operation at this stage.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Bartley, I overlooked you. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right.
You have a question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned the East-West link is starting, and I just wanted some more information on that, given the, I was still looking at the Supreme Court decision with Forest and Bird, but what do you mean that it's starting? Is it actually happening?
We have completed an investment case that looks at how we best provide access to the Onehunga Penrose area. That investment case has gone to our board with a recommendation, and we're waiting for approval from the board and from the government for the investment case that will enable us to have a conversation with people locally.
Thank you. That concludes our questions. On behalf of the committee, thank you so much for coming before us today. This has, been wonderful to look forward to these updates over the last 3 years. So we thank you for your participation. If you'd like to step back now, please. I would move then that we receive the September update from NZTA Wakakotahi. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Deputy Mayor Simpson, thank you for that. So the speaking order I have thus far is Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, and acknowledging that I'm borrowing heavily from a Greater Auckland article, it was extremely well written and well researched, so shout out to them for this. I have some real concerns about what I've been hearing around the State Highway 16 Stage 1, Brigham Creek to Waimaoku, and particularly the reversal of plans to install a median wire barrier. I have no confidence in the reasoning behind this in terms of the detail. It seems to be against all internal recommendations and advice. It would do an injustice not to quote it completely. The Chief Engineer's Advisory Group report on this, here's the quote. There are no significant cost savings to be gained by not installing the median wire rope barriers. The project has purchased several properties to construct turning facilities, of which one owner has taken the project to Environment Court twice in opposition. If we as an NZTA, were to remove the wire rope barrier from the scope of the project, this would cause significant reputational damage for Waka Kotahi and stop the project meeting its investment objectives. The benefits of the wire rope barrier removal do not outweigh the disbenefits. These are experts here. This is an official stance through the engineers, through NZTA, and to say, look, what about the consultation? Well, the consultation was mixed. But there was general support from both the public and the Rodney Local Board for the project, including the median barriers. So we've got the experts saying we need it, we've got the public saying a few different things, but yeah, by and large we probably need it. Indeed, as said in the quote, NZTA actually went to the Environment Court, making the argument saying the median barrier installation was essential for safety. It was signed, it was sealed, the road project was literally already underway. And yet, safety procedures, safety projects have been pulled. For what justification? It's entirely unclear. So it's come across my desk fairly recently, but I want answers. And I think a please explain is absolutely necessary to restore public confidence that NZTA will do what it says it will do, and that when we invest in safety projects, then it will be delivered on behalf of the community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. I want to express my thanks to the NZTA officials for their presentation with respect to the infrastructure projects this morning, but in particular Mill Road, and say that I know this is hard and it is expensive. I think it's getting more expensive because it just hasn't been done. So I think it is important that this work continues. And in terms of what is being achieved in a difficult space, there is some excellent work that is taking place, not obviously at the speed and the time frame that I would like, but NZTA is somewhat caught by the fact that this project was committed to in 2020, and then in 2021 it was not. There's a reason. But one thing I will say, Chair, and it is a consequential planning and infrastructure issue for Auckland Council, is that with respect to Mill Road Stage 2, there was always a plan that Mill Road Stage 2 would allow for significant consequential improvements to the substructure stormwater network in the Mill Road corridor, but with the route now proposed in the NOR to be different to what was initially conceived with Mill Road going right through the peat swamp, that will mean that the existing road is going to need to be addressed as a local road, and that will include stormwater upgrades as well. So I just want to acknowledge the Healthy Waters team, because I've already foreshadowed that, and even if there isn't necessarily political support to make ready Takanini South with respect to future development, it is going to be necessary for us to plan for that and to provide for it as well, over and above what the NZTA officials have told us this morning in terms of their forward investment for stage 1 and foreshadowing stage 2. So thank you very much, Chair. I do appreciate the opportunity to ask the officials those questions and look forward to their progress.
Councillor Dalton.
Thank you very much. And just to finish off on Mill Road, it has been a political football, and I think it will be a great day when we can get bipartisan agreement for infrastructure projects, not just for our city, but for our country. So we can move forward with certainty, because the stop-starting all the time is costing us a lot of money, and not just project money, but people's time. Gosh, people have been born and died again, the length of time this project is taking, and it's probably got at least another 4 election cycles to try and work its way through. God help us, you know. It needs to go ahead. It would be great if it was proceeding with some of the more accessibility to public transport and cycling, you know, the choices. Can we give people choice? Because people should have a choice as to how they want to travel wherever they're going. So I'm glad it's moving ahead, and thank you for all the work that's been done to get us there. But I don't know that we should be holding our breath on its completion. Stage 1, sure. Let's get that done by 2032. The other 2 stages, I don't think I'll live to see them, even if I live a long life. So, kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. We'll take a short break now and we'll resume at 12:15. resume. The next agenda item, if you can take your seats, please, is Auckland Transport Quarter 4 Performance Report. And we have Alistair Cameron, and also in attendance is Dean Kimpton. So we're just waiting on everyone to take their seats. Alistair? Mayor Brown, would you like to resume your seat? I don't want to have to shout at you and don't want to have you in tears.
Here to resume. I don't know where the others are.
All right, I think we have a quorum and we are ready to resume. Alistair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies from Claire Gomez, who would normally be here, but she's having a well-earned holiday. I won't go into too much detail on the fourth quarter report because Auckland Transport will be doing a year-end wrap-up presentation.
Alistair, we're...
Sorry, my apologies. There I am. I won't get into too much of the detail of the fourth quarter report because Auckland Transport will be doing a year wrap-up presentation after this. I'd just like to make a few points, but largely the results reported in the fourth quarter follow the trends that have been reported to this committee previously in the third quarter report. On the financial side of things, operating expenses, an operating surplus excluding depreciation of $27 million was reported, which is $17 million favourable to budget. On the revenue side of things, it was $19 million lower than budget, with again the continuing trend of lower PT patronage contributing to that, as well as lower enforcement revenue due to high compliance with particularly parking revenue. I would note my wife is bucking the trend in that regard and has accumulated 3 tickets over the reporting period, which is not directly relevant to AT's report, but is of an issue of significance to me. Expenditure is $42 million less than budget. That was achieved, Auckland Transport did achieve the $60 million in savings that was agreed through the LTP process. There's been good cost control across the organisation and lower than budgeted PT indexation costs. On the capital side, there was a record level of investment of just over $1.25 billion over the year, which was 93% of the budget. There was lower than budgeted spend on cycleways, property acquisitions for growth and infrastructure, IT. But there was higher spend on the flood response program, network optimisation, bus projects and asset renewals, which were delivered ahead of schedule. 19 of the 23 Statement of Intent performance measures were met. Of the 4 that weren't, 2 relate to public transport. The boardings, 88.8 million against a target of 94.7 million. And the public transport utilisation was also less than target. The customer perceptions, the target around Auckland Transport listening and responding, it was 32% against a target of 33%, and I think is trending in the right direction. And I would like to note the safety, the deaths and serious injuries, the provisional result of 611 against a target of no more than 576. I would note that that result includes state highways, which are NZTA's responsibility, and we should consider whether that is appropriate in future performance reporting or whether we split that out. There are a number of other highlights for the year at paragraph 25 of the report. I won't go through those because I'm sure Auckland Transport will cover them off in their presentation. But I would like to pull out one which we haven't noted in our cover report, is that despite the greater use of bus replacements, services due to rail closures and ferry cancellations, the bus fleet used approximately 1 million litres less diesel than in the previous year. And I think that just goes to show that the rollout of a lower emission bus fleet is having an impact. Perhaps I'll leave it there, and we do have Richard and Dean here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Questions, members? Mayor Wayne Brown.
Okay, guys. You've got, saying that you've got 39 of 40 deliverables, but do you really believe that you've provided clear communication to councils on projects in the area and will continue to remove road cones and minimise disruption caused by TTM? Is that really true, or just marking your own homework? Or is it worth having those if we're just going to have that stuff in my view?
I'm sorry.
I think I understand. Well, I understand the question, the comment. Look, my response, Mayor Brown, is that the metrics that we report on, statement of intent, and the actions that sit underneath that are those that we agree with council. They're all approved by this governing body and our board. So we report on the metrics that you ask us to commit to and fund us to deliver on. And I'm quite proud of the fact that we are hitting those metrics in a way over the last few years that we haven't in the past. And they do matter because they lift overall performance across the network. I do recognise, however, that there are always, in a system as complex and as varied as a transport system, there are things that don't go right, and I wish that wasn't the case as well. I look at the impact of temporary traffic management, which is one of your comments just then, acknowledge the impact that that has. We have been constrained through a quite defined code of practice, which we're now going to risk-based. The Minister in his letter to us recently acknowledged that we are at the front of the pack and leading how we are changing that practice across New Zealand, so I'm really pleased with that written feedback from the Minister. Our costs at 63 million, I'm not happy with those either. Those are high, but they are now sitting at about 5% of our capital program. In previous years, that was nearly twice that cost. I was even less happy.
I'll accept that.
So we're working hard to
just
bring all of these down and get them trending in the right direction. And we've got a deep commitment, as you know. We wrote to all developers, utility companies, and our own maintenance and capital arm to say we do not want work in arterials in town centres when it comes to temporary traffic or construction works to occur in peak hours, so that we can prioritise movement in the corridor, whether it's bus or private vehicles. So there's a lot of things we're working on. The direction is good. We haven't achieved the destination yet.
Yeah, I was just thinking that on track might have been better, or progress is made rather than actually met. That's all I'm saying on that. Because you are making progress, but I don't think we've quite met that one. But leave that one. And then, how are we getting on with installing the screens on the bus drivers?
We're on track for that, and look, we'll unpack a little bit more in our FY update, but and Stacey can probably give you a little bit more of a detailed response, but we've got a rollout program. We're on track with the rollout program. New buses come in with them installed. We're retrofitting on old buses, but we've got to do that at a rate which doesn't compromise our service delivery. So when they come out for maintenance and other work, that's when we do the install. On track.
The transport boardings have dropped a bit. That's probably the rail shutdown, I accept that. But buses seem to be lagging, and we got. I'm not quite sure if the Mixture Go sends the right message as a person who catches a bus. Mixture Go, I keep thinking maybe it's Mixture Gin should be, but how much do we spend on that, and how do you measure that as being useful?
So we have seen an impact, and we still, I don't want to call it the post-COVID impact anymore, but there is a work from home impact. Right now, 33% more customers travelling less.
Guess we should advertise on the buses, go to work more often.
So look, the point is that there is a lag, and we've also got a soft economy, and that's turning up in how many people actually travel into the city centre and other places. In terms of the advertising program, we need to market public transport. We want people to know what the options are and how they might make choices. Interestingly enough, last night, that Mix Your Go campaign received the Public Sector Award for Best Campaign by our peers. And that is measured by uptake in social media and how people are responding and saying actually they are making choices to mix their way of moving or go and actually making the choice to do it. So we've got some really healthy statistics around that. So when we do promote, raise awareness and give people confidence about the choices available to them and how they might then catch the bus, train or ferry, we do see an uptick in patronage. And we'll need to keep doing that if we're going to achieve our targets. This year we're targeting 94 minutes. And I also acknowledge, irrespective of those marketing campaigns or those education campaigns, we have had a lot of disruption on our network, and that mixes up people's attitude to it.
It mixes the go, and that's
It
the
does.
trouble. And I mean, I speak to large audiences, and I want to have more people catching buses and public transport. And the message I give is that public transport's getting cheaper every year. We've now got a $50 cap, and driving your car's getting more expensive, and it will next year with pay time of use charging. So that a good one would be public transport's getting cheaper, your car's getting more expensive. That might get them to shift. Who knows?
Yep.
Lastly, there's nothing in here that we don't know that's going to pop up? What's your...
Is that a question? Is there anything that I should have...
Oh, no, just as... I always like to ask people what's their risk analysis, you know?
Oh, for the year coming?
Yeah.
Simply put, the way I look at this year that we're currently in with the program we've got, which is ambitious through the Statement of Intent, and then the Transport Reform Program, balancing those two, and as I say to staff, delivering superbly on Statement of Intent and transforming or reforming superbly is going to be a very big ask, okay? So if we can get both of those done and the way that I would like to achieve, then we'll have done not just very well, we'll have done extremely well.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thanks, Chair. Look, this is an interesting one. Why is the percentage of road assets in acceptable conditions so low? So it's 69% against a target of 95%. Footpaths seem to be the worst offender. So what's the plan to get these up to an acceptable level?
Yeah, we were talking about that, and Murray Burt is going to come up. Can I just check in, Chair? There are a range of questions. We've also got a summary of the year from our perspective. I'm happy to keep going with all the detailed questions, or would you like us to actually give the year summary? Because I think some
Well, I
of these
think
will also...
complete the questions because we've got a few here, and then you can do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Because what I'd like to do is invite Stacey up as well in case there's further public transport questions. Thank you.
You're going to wait, ask us about how, you could answer what we're doing about putting our footpaths up to a better standard. And I've got a public transport question I'm happy to leave till later.
The GPS slashed our footpath.
Okay, sure. Sorry. So we've done a lot of work to advocate for additional funding to go into renewals and maintenance, and we're going to see an increase year on year in the condition of the network. The point that you've raised around the 69%, I'll have to just point out that there is a mistake with that number, which has been corrected in our annual reporting, and the number is closer to 76%. which is still not great. But just to point out that there is a error that we've found in that particular number.
Anything further?
Yeah, I think that if Aucklanders say, why is my footpath in such a bad state of repair and what is Auckland Transport doing about it, what would be the simple answer back?
The simple answer is that we've done a lot of advocacy at central government level, and we're now seeing an increasing budget towards renewals and maintenance of footpaths, roads, and all the road corridor assets.
I think, Chair, what I'm trying to say is a lot of Aucklanders think that the footpaths come under Auckland Transport, and the answer is actually we need to go to central government for more money. I think that there is a little bit of public, misunderstanding around, well, why doesn't Auckland Transport just do it? Why do you have to go to central government? Would that be a fair?
Yeah, look, I mean, simply put, the government through the National Land Transport Fund allocates funding. It did lift funding for road corridor, curb to curb. It reduced funding on footpaths. So it's focused its investment, but we are your delivery arm and we rely on funding from council and government to be able to deliver and maintain footpaths. Yep. We continue to advocate for more funding because we recognise the importance of getting that right from a safety and a movement perspective.
Thank you. Member Renata.
Kia ora. I just wanted to make a comment and then give a question, and it's more about an acknowledgement that with Auckland Transport achieving Māori outcomes in this quarter report, so well done. I know that Auckland Transport is doing initiatives to create Māori into the economic partnerships process through your training programs and whatnot. Has Auckland Transport, because you have a relationship with mana whenua, how might you want to reimagine procurement and partnership models to unlock Māori supply participation in higher areas such as public transport, technology, that sort of area, and build that same capability and to progress forward? How would you imagine it could be done?
So we've had quite a bit of discussion with Haukura, haven't we, around how we further build the partnership with Māori. What we find is that actually from a participation perspective in the capital programs, we're very strong. Where we've got a challenge is in the operating programs, and by that I mean Māori or iwi participation in public transport service delivery. Could be bus contracts, ferry contracts, etc., etc. Because by definition it requires ownership or a certain amount of ownership for that percentage contribution to be recognised. So our approach and what we're envisaging, is working with iwi and Haukura is a key partner in all of that, to look at how we can build the capability, identify those iwi with the balance sheets and the desire to be involved in more than just capital programs, but also in those operating programs. And if we can get there, then we will be able to shift that participation rate from 3% overall to something higher. But we can't, we're not presuming, for example, to go from 3% to a high percentage until we build that sort of institutional strength in iwi. And that's where our focus is, and that's what we've identified in our SOI program over the next 1, 2, 3 years. That's where our focus is, building that capability and that core strength.
And just the follow-up question, Mr. Chair. So the follow-up program would be working directly with mana whenua to do that, or facilitate process through Haukura?
Well, it could be both and. We have a number of discussions directly with iwi where there is investment opportunities arising. We would always welcome that, and we'll always say look out for it. And we would welcome the opportunity to continue the discussion with Hokura, and I've personally had that with you, David Taipari, and Lisa as well. So we will continue on all fronts looking for those opportunities.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. Hey, just wanting a little bit of clarity from you, Chair, before I ask this, because I had split my questions into two because of the two agenda items. The other two questions I have relate to the FY25 presentation, so should I come back and ask those two after that?
That would be my advice, if you would.
Great.
So, do you have any questions that you want to pose now, though?
Yes, I have one now, which is, so last time we met back in July, because this committee didn't meet in August, I asked about the definition of serious injury for DSI, and there seemed to be some inconsistency across NZTA, police, AT, and so wanting to get some clarity on the definition of serious injury. And there was an undertaking to come back on that. Apologies if I have missed that, because I'm still not up to full capacity. But is there a clear definition now that's being used for serious injury? Please.
Thank you for the question. I do remember the discussion. We have a definition internally. I understood Teresa Burnett was going to come back to you. Can I follow up on that? Because I think rather than me giving a verbal response to it, which will be the same as what I did last time, I think it's better to get it to you in writing, and I will follow up on that. Sorry if you haven't got it.
Yeah, no, thank you. I am still limited in capacity, so I may have missed it. I just wanted to close the loop at the meeting in case there was a public answer available, but that's okay. Thank you. I'll hold my other questions for the next item. Thank you.
I'll come back to you. Councillor Hills.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The performance on the DSI, the 611, obviously a bit, higher than the already higher target. What do you put that down to? Is there any evidence there were issues down to the removal of the safe speeds? And I guess, does the team feel like they've got enough budget to target those areas that would keep coming up as really unsafe?
We do have a couple of slides on transport safety more generally, including roads and rail in the next presentation. But do we understand what is happening through the system that's resulted in 611 death and serious injuries? Yes, we do. It is a slight increase. Well, it's an increase on what we absolutely targeted of 576. We know where those are occurring. Look, 50% of them are experienced by people outside of a motor vehicle. And most of them, I recall, up to 90%, 85 to 90% occur on local roads. So only a small amount is occurring on the state highway. What we're advocating for to address this as a result of change funding focus is to work very closely with the police on policing. We would like to see speed cameras introduced. We've written and are advocating for that across the local road network, particularly at intersections. We are working closely with the police and others on drug and alcohol enforcement and on education. That's where the government's money is going. This council decided to maintain its investment on local road safety, which we really appreciate. That has slowed down somewhat. You can only do what you're funded to do. But we're doing everything we can within the available budget we've got. Look, the only other thing, and this is not a mitigation, is we do notice, and you'll see in the pack, the FY25 update, that this DSI number does bounce around. because not everything's a predictable curve, and the 611 is sort of within that natural variation over the last 5 years. It does follow a general trend downwards, but it's not going down as fast as we want.
Okay, thank you. I might save the other questions for the next preso because it's more going forward, so I don't want to confuse. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Just going back in regard to Auckland Transport's proposed expenditure on ferry building, 145 million, I understand, 3 diesels, 2 electric and 2 hybrids. This is a new departure in Auckland. I think it began in 2022. Previously, ferry companies, the private ferry companies, going back to the start of Auckland in the 19th century, were responsible for buying their own ferries, which they then operated. So we have a situation there where the ratepayer, and presumably taxpayer, is paying for these, but they're still operated by private operators, or probably a private operator. In terms of that, what is the process for ensuring that the public's investment, if you call it that, in these new vessels doesn't go to a monopoly, that there is other companies apart from Fuller's included or have the opportunity to run these ferries? Thank you.
Chair, I'll answer the question briefly. I know we do have a ferry topic later in the agenda. So in terms of what ultimately what we're doing is trying to de-risk from a monopoly situation by acquiring our own fleet. That therefore aligns with our future strategies so that at 2034 that the network can be competitively procured and we've got fleet to be able to support that. So a hindrance in the past to changing operators has been that we do not own the assets. That has proved very difficult for new entrants to the market to be able to be competitive.
I'm just looking for an answer. Are all ferry companies, is there an offering to enable any ferry company to apply to operate these ferries that AT, in fact, we are building? Is there or not?
Currently,
is there or not there? That's the simple question.
No, they will be with a certain operator until 2034.
Members, I think that concludes the questions that we've got under the Q4 performance. And unless there are specific questions around the Q4 performance, I'm going to suggest that you step back. I'm going to move that we receive the Q4 report. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Turner, thank you. Is there discussion on it? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary say no. That is carried. Now I would like to invite Auckland Transport to return for the wrap-up report. Mr. Kimpton.
Fortunately, I hadn't quite left my seat. I was in the process. Here we go. So this is a chance, we missed this opportunity in August, but I don't want to take advantage of it in September. There was a lot of things delivered on behalf of Aucklanders through your funding and your guidance and focus through Auckland Transport. So there's always plenty to celebrate, and there's always a number of frustrations, isn't there? So this is a chance for us to do a bit of a wrap up and talk about that. And you'll see the things that we want to touch on today, which is why I've got a team here with me. So we'll talk about some of the headlines. We'll talk about capital program. We want to touch on network optimisation. We know the importance of that. Bus priority and special vehicle lanes, safety, which we've already touched on, and fare changes. So as I look at delivering for Auckland, there's been a lot of progress made, and our reflections over the last 2 years, because if you just focus on the year itself, sometimes you miss the momentum. In a performance sense, you'll see our statement of intent we take very seriously alongside all the actions that go with that. Last year we delivered 18 of the 19. This year we delivered 19 of the 23. Where we've got departures, we understand what those are, and we've got actions plans in place to improve. That is up significantly on years gone by. So look, from a focus and a performance perspective, a lot to be proud of, and thank you for your funding and support. In terms of physical delivery on the ground, you'll see over the last 2 years a significant capital investment program. Last year was our biggest ever. We're delivering well over 90% in terms of that capital program. That actually puts Auckland Transport best in class. If you compare our capital delivery program and the value for money that sits the other side of that, because we have to deliver on the investment, we sit alongside or better than other agencies, government and local government. So you have an organisation very focused on giving ratepayers the return they are expecting from us through rates. I'll call out one example of that, level crossings. We celebrated a couple of weeks ago a level crossing removal program for Takanini and Glen Innes. 6 months ago, we had the idea with the Kiwi Rail block of line, the wheels-free block of line that you heard about earlier when Kiwi Rail was here. There was an opportunity of 4 weeks to do something at a fast pace that enabled level crossing removal in that location. In that 6 months, we verified that we could do it. We sought the funding, got the support of government and council for $815 million, and we will deliver something now starting in that period. 6 months for $815 million, a lot to be proud of. If I think about customer and community experience, we continue to lift across all measures. I just want to give you a couple of perspectives. Whilst our listen and respond measure rounded out annually, 32% compared to a target of 33%. The last quarter, Q4 measure, was 36%. So the trend is positive, the trend is good. 2 years ago, listens and response was 23%. So 2 years ago, in the fourth quarter, 23%. Q4, last financial year, 36%. If we road users, so we talk a lot about public transport users, but road users are a significant part of our customer base. Driver satisfaction, those that are surveyed, about their driving experience has gone over the last 2 years from 38% to 56%. At the same time, we've seen average travel time through arterials go down by over a minute, and we've seen the number of people moving through the corridor, which is you can get more, the more movement you've got through vehicles, more people, but more public transport down the same corridor. We've seen that go up significantly as well. So there's some really good things that are changing as a result of the focus on statement of intent and the funding that you've given us. A lot to be proud of there. Yep. So this is just a reminder where we put our focus. So we put our focus on getting the basics right, community engagement, empowering of local boards, disruption comms, and revenue to reduce costs. So some really good things inside that. Can I just call them out? So the fixing potholes, we had our pothole promise. Arterial road, 95% fixed within 24 hours, achieved. The balance of within a week, that's across the local road network. So we get significantly less complaints around potholes. We are reducing cones. We clean up the cones, but we're also reducing the footprint and the duration that temporary traffic management is out. But if I can just make one appeal here, temporary traffic management, the signature of it is the cone, but the purpose of it is to make sure that in that workplace, people are safe and those driving by are safe. In the last 2 or 3 years, we've had 6 to 8 people either killed or seriously injured in temporary traffic management zones. That's not the workers themselves, that's the public driving past. So at least one each year is killed, and the balance are people that are seriously injured. So that's the public. In terms of the workers, the average, and I just did a quick scan of this, the average reported violence or threat or aggressive behaviour from the public to the people behind the cones is around about, I've written the number down, but I think it's probably at least a dozen, if not more, each year where we have a reportable event, okay? So people, there's road rage, there's anger, and we see that in public transport spaces, but we also see it in the road space, don't we? And it turns up on temporary traffic management sites. We've been focusing on all customers, so I shared the road service response, but we have also seen similar increases, just short of doubling across confidence in Auckland's around the public transport network. Empowering local boards, we went from 41% to 78% satisfaction or significant satisfaction. So these things are all coming together and they're meshing quite well. Revenue to reduce costs, our total operating budget, about a third of that comes from private user revenue. It's a mix of public transport fares, parking and infringements. So there's some good things in there. Right, results, you'll see some of the things there that you got for 1.3 billion of capital. Roads resurfaced and rehabilitated, that's a significant length. Next year even more, it's about 500 kilometres I think, Murray. We don't quite get to Wellington, but we're getting damn close to it. Electric bus replacement, that continues. For those that enjoy catching the bus, you'll appreciate them compared to the diesels. You'll see the electrification, increases in the rapid frequent network and continuing construction on CRL and Eastern Busway. So some really good work occurring there with your investment. Thank you. I've touched on some of these, so I'm not going to go back through them. I've talked about reduction in travel times through arterials at peak, down to 22.8 minutes. So we're seeing, whilst Auckland will continue to congest, we're working very hard to reduce that, and that's what that target's all about. We have a target, an internal objective of no 10-kilometre length of road, arterial length of road at peak should take you more than 20 minutes to travel along. And so that's our guiding light for the way that we think about all the things that occur in arterials. And the really big levers to get there are technology, getting disruption out of those corridors and increasing public transport. There's been some great wins also over the year. You'll see this one here. So we won the CIO Award, Excellence Award for the Contactless Payments project. That's acknowledgement of the great work the team's done. We also won last night the Public Sector Marketing Excellence Award for the Mix You Go program. That's acknowledgement by the peers across the industry of the impact of that program on changing attitudes and behaviour towards public transport. So there's some really, some excellent things in there that have been achieved through the year and by the team. I think I've just double clicked. Sorry, I think I went, yeah. We've already talked about the statement of intent achievements. I'm happy to take any questions on that. Can we go to the next slide? I think I might just do that.
Yeah, because we do have this material and it's important for our wrap-up report that we have it. But yeah, if we can keep moving along.
And you'll see what's been achieved there. So we don't need to talk about that. We've already talked about it. Next slide. I might just get Murray to touch on some of these capital projects, and then we've got a few on network optimisation.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just a few photos there of some of the things that we've achieved recently. So with the storm recovery program, some of the major projects we've completed. So the Manukau Heads Road, that was probably the largest slip on the whole network. That's now road reopened, and people will be pleased around the scenic drive work, which was a complex piece of work, but that section of road is also open for people in West Auckland. A number of you had the chance to run on the City Rail Link first train open to special passengers, and really good progress happening with the procurement of trains and the City Rail Link. Reeves Road flyover, Rahihi, ready to open. There'll be an opening ceremony on 26th of September and open to public from October, and that's 5 months ahead of schedule. Yeah, next slide. Great. Yeah, just looking ahead, we've done a lot of work on the unsealed road network with seal extensions. Yeah, maybe one more if we can. Yep, that one. So Araharua Road, there's a picture there, and I know those councillors who are in the rural parts of the network will be pleased to know that we're spending a lot of money on unsealed road improvements. The Rural Road Safety Program is also highlighted there with some work at Dairy Flat Highway, as also the cycling program, bottom right, with a lot of work happening around Glen Innes, but also we've started the Glen Innes to Tamaki cycleway and a number of other cycling projects across the city. And bottom left is the ferries, which are now being tested and commissioned on the water. So I'll leave it there.
Kia ora. I'm going to say a few words on network optimisation. This dashboard should be fairly familiar to councillors, but it's been a good year. We've achieved all of our targets and exceeded 3 of those targets. And that's important because, especially in special vehicle lanes and in our dynamic streets area, we've got a large programme going forward. The SOI target going forward is doubling the number of kilometres this year and then again. So we do need to make sure we're developing those designs as we go through. In particular, special vehicle lanes, at the beginning of the year, saw the development of the northwestern services, and to partner with that, Fred Taylor Drive and Triangle Road transit lanes were implemented, as were the transit lanes on Point Chev Road, and of course, as mentioned earlier, the Strand has opened recently, providing freight and transit lanes to the port. We've also seen an increase in use of technology, and it's an ongoing area that we're actually putting a lot of focus in over the year. Obviously, this year we've had a lot of focus on Bus Booster, but next year we're also putting a lot more focus on those detection sites to improve how we operate the network and optimise it. And that includes running trials with our partners in FENS, but also making sure people can get to event sites much easier.
Next slide.
Next slide. Oh, gone. That's it. We have been asked to talk a little bit about special vehicle lanes. So the focus on bus priority on special vehicle lanes, just to give you a little bit of a comparative here, there's around 655 kilometres total length of the rapid transit network and frequent transit network on our network. We already have 184 kilometres of special vehicle lanes, whether they're transit lanes, freight lanes or bus lanes. And as I mentioned earlier, our SOI targets for the next 3 years are quite ambitious, 5 kilometres in the last year, doubling that this year to 10 kilometres and then 20 kilometres the following year. That said, we have a longer pipeline that we're investigating, and that's based around 138 kilometres we're looking at, and that's focused on both making sure that they're justifiable transit lanes, i.e. they have a number of buses running through them, but also they're already experiencing some congestion. The next few slides, which I'll just talk to this one, and there's a number of slides in the pack that councillors will see, which is basically focusing in on areas. So this is our overall map. So just to give you a little bit of a legend here, the solid lines are special vehicle lanes already in place. The dotted lines are planned for investigation or are planned on our programme. And just for clarity, especially on the next ones, there's a black line that says to be confirmed. That's because an investigation needs to happen to understand whether it's going to be a bus priority, a transit lane, or a combination of modes. So if we move forward a few slides. So we've got central areas, south and east, north and west. So special vehicle lane deliveries life cycle, we do a number of investigations, and that's and that takes a variety of forms as going forward. We engage obviously with communities and through local boards, and some of those coming through can be fairly rapid, but we are take time to focus on the communication and engagement phase with local communities, and we will look to support from councillors coming through the areas and from the local boards to progress those. These can be an area where we actually spend a lot more time, so although it says 3 to 9 months, that can be quite variable as you work through any concerns or issues, questions raised by the community as we go through that process. And also just note there that technology, so we do invest quite heavily in technology, and especially for our enforcement area. We need that technology to make sure that we can maintain and operate the network effectively, make the most of those investments into special vehicle lanes. And those can be quite significant camera costs as well.
I'm going to take these next couple of slides as read. We've touched on safety already. That's road safety. The next slide is around rail safety. We wanted to track this, and we are constantly looking to respond and work with Kiwi Rail and our partners to reduce impact as well. It's also one of the reasons for the level crossing removal program. Next slide. That just gives you a feel for how we look at safety across the network and the things that we consider. Feel free to ask any questions on it. Next slide. And we're into the last couple here with Stacey on the fare review.
Thank you. It was a skip. I did want to point out a couple of things about the safety plan for public transport, because I know it's topical and I always get sort of questions around the table about what are we doing to address that. And so what you saw on the screen probably didn't necessarily give you what I would call the detail, what lies beneath it, but I'll just quickly run through a few of those things that are in there, and that is including real-time CCTV on board buses. And so that allows, if a bus driver needs help, that they can push a button, it goes immediately to the depot, they can live stream into the bus. So we've fitted 45 as a trial to see how it goes and its efficiency and effectiveness on that. We've got 337 buses now fitted with protection shields. That's growing by the day. We had to get another support for that in order to be able to escalate the volume that was being done, because it was too slow. So we brought in another company to try and support getting that done a bit quicker. We're progressing of what I call a guard trial on board a bus, and that helps our operators be more self-sufficient in terms of if their drivers are reporting a problem and we don't have the agility to respond to it, they can actually deploy them based on their need, right? So it's more of a partnership approach to make sure that we're deploying where the problems are. Data consolidation, working with police, is going really well. We had another meeting with them this week talking about that, allowing the data sets and actually the joint deployment models that are going forth and how they can help with that. The nighttime experience, we're working on a number of bus routes and where we can potentially have the opportunity for a customer to say, can you get me closer to my stop, where it's viable to do in order to be able to shorten that first and last leg. It makes it more attractive as a service late at night. Body-worn cameras for train managers. Track my journey in the app gives parents a lot of confidence, just like you do in Uber. So adding that to our app so people can track their children and that level of confidence in knowing where they're at a particular time. Upgrading bus shelters, so circa 300 is what we're aiming for this year. So it's quite a lot in terms of that. And there's a bunch of other things there too, but we really wanted to make sure we had a proper plan that we can report back to everybody on. And so you'll get an update on that as the year goes ahead. In terms of the fare change review, obviously we introduced the 7-day cap, was introduced in July to provide cost certainty for public transport users and encourage more frequent usage from the existing customers. That coincided with our annual fare review after that, which what we did was we consolidated the zones to make it a lot easier to understand, but also for those that travelled the longer distances, that they had a capped fare and it was cheaper for them to be able to do those longer journeys to make public transport a more attractive option if you've got to travel further. That has gone really well in terms of the patronage trends with that. We've had a 2.4 increase in patronage in the full 2025 financial year, so it has slowed down. I want to talk a little bit more about that too if we have the time. And the impact of the 7-day fare cap itself, 62,479 unique hot cards have benefited from that. Yeah, and that equates to close to 1 million free journeys for people. So it has been really effective and given people that cost certainty. And actually it's, well, when we talk about fare box recovery, it's eroded that less than we anticipated, yeah, which is good, and it's been successful with that. We also, during that time, you'll remember, we removed the off-peak fare cap. Now, that proved like we thought it would. It hasn't actually materialised into any sort of detriment to it. If we go to the next slide, where's the clipper? Oh, next one, please. Fare change review ferries. So with ferries, what we did was we decoupled the ferry fares, and so they sat independently from bus and train, and I know we talked about it this time, and that was due to obviously the significant increase in costs with ferry in terms of what it costs to operate a ferry than what it does a bus or a train. Ferry boardings from February to June 2025 did decline by 1%, or close to 1%, and proportionally lower actually compared to the decline that we saw across the other modes. That's the key point there with that. And actually we saw a huge increase in the outer harbour routes, which is probably also coincides with the fact that reliability was largely restored, which has supported people to travel with a bit more confidence with that. So there's a few things to sort of unpack there. Now the question will come, so what are we doing next? So there's a few things that we're looking at and costing with it we'll come back on. That includes extending that $50 cap. Can we make it broader? That's one option. We're also looking at doing a lot with the tertiary sector, and they only get a 20% discount. So we secondary students get a 40% discount. So we're sort of modelling what that would look like from tertiary to make it equitable for them as well, in terms of that, to encourage obviously uplift of public transport, and they are high users as well, and we've seen a huge increase in that category this year, and we want to sort of continue that trend where you have good relationships with the tertiary institutes and sort of building a lot more interactions with them as well. The other things too is like a 3-day public transport pass, and working with conference organisers and that to be able to facilitate that. So when people come into Auckland, they've got something that they can use, enable them to get around the city easily, yeah, and it's a bit more intuitive. So a 3-day cap as well as a family pass. We know that for a lot of families, when they go on outings, cost is a huge consideration about whether we public transport or not, so making sure that we're looking at those options too. So there's a lot going on in terms of that. Fair share is going really well, and actually you'll find this really interesting. So we're up to about 58 businesses now, and what we've seen is before they were fair share versus where they are now, their uplift in public transport use has increased by 33%. Yeah, so for companies that use fair share, the employees are using it 33% more than what they did pre-fair share. And actually, those that have taken on a larger discount, their employees, PT use has increased 55%. So there are some good stats in terms of that proof point with fair share. Also doing a lot to enhance what I'll call the back-end model for businesses, so that they can go in there, they can see how their people are travelling, they can see the offset in terms of carbon reduction as well with their people using sustainable modes, which is really helpful. I think that's all from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dean, is there anything else you want to put to us before you answer questions?
No, thank you for the opportunity. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. The first question we have is Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. Thank you. So the two questions I had for this, one was about the SVL, the special vehicle lanes. Some of the maps you provided had black lines on them for, I can't remember the exact wording, I think it was unknown. Could you just talk a little bit more about that? It seems odd to me that we don't know, and in some cases these were maps, lines that were solid, so it implied they were already in place.
Certainly I can answer that one. There shouldn't have been any black lines that were solid, so apologies if they were on the maps, we should alter those. The black lines that are dotted are the ones that we still need to do the investigation to understand whether they're a bus lane or a transit lane. Those investigations are still to happen, so we can define what type of special vehicle lane they'll be.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. I just note that there are some solid ones. I've obviously paid more attention to the central map. Perhaps they are ones that should have been dotted, but one of them is some of Point Chev Road, and then Tamaki Drive as well, the ones that sort of jumped out at me, but there are a couple of other ones as well. So it'd be good to get that confirmed, thanks. The other question I had was, I understand that there was a confidential paper that went to the board this week, I think, on the Western Line business case. Obviously you can't talk about whatever made it confidential, but I just wondered if you wouldn't mind giving a quick update on where things are up to with creating a business case to address those level crossings on the Western Line, please. I know that, and you've talked publicly before about those inner west ones being the next priority after the Southern Line ones that are currently under construction. So is there any update you can give in public about that? Thank you.
I suspect what I'm about to say I've said before, but at the headline level, we've been doing a lot of engagement with local boards and local committees around what the nature of the options are and the challenges are for each of the level crossings. As a matter of fact, there was a group of us from the executive team that did a tour yesterday of the Western Line just to have a look and make sure we really understood the challenges in local communities. As you would know, it is complex. There's been 100 years of developing communities around railway lines, and now we're trying to unpick some of that so that we can provide for frequent travel and safe crossing or cross passage. So where we're at with the business case is the board has reviewed. We need to get funding for a detailed business case, which is what we were considering, and that work will continue with each of our business partners, which includes Auckland Council, NZTA and Kiwi Rail in particular. So we're going at it as fast as appropriate, I think would be the right word to use, and we'll keep you informed as we progress. But I'm notwithstanding that some might say that this should have been done decades ago, we've put real momentum in it, recognising how important this is as part of urban development, but also transport movement. So good direction, but plenty to go.
Thank you. And that's the Auckland's public transport system is littered with projects that should have been done decades ago, and I note that I think that's been one of the successes of amalgamation, is that we have been able to crack on with a number of those. So yeah, agree with your point there, Dean. And I appreciated the chance to have a conversation with staff about identifying key community groups there, around each of the level crossing areas and some of the local factors as well. So thank you, and looking forward to hearing more about that in due course. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Newman was next, but I understand that he's had to pop up for a minute. Councillor Dalton, you are therefore next. Thanks.
Thank you. I just thank you for everything that you've done, and I'll never see you again here, but thank you for all of your support over the years. Two questions. One is around the SVL, and specifically the bus lanes. When you do the analysis of the disbenefits, is that a little bit of a chicken and egg? I'm looking at this, at where my area, and could really see a benefit on the face of it for somewhere like Roscommon Road to have a bus lane. What is the type of analysis that has taken place? Is it benefit for the user, or more benefit around return of investment for Auckland Transport, Auckland Council?
Thank you. There is a number of parts to that assessment. Firstly, it's actually, in terms of value for money, obviously we need to do a business assessment, benefit to cost, make sure we're using our funding appropriately. But for that, we do a technical assessment to see, first of all, is the route congested? Is a buses in use or about to come in use? And what's the travel time impact that introducing a special vehicle lane would have? what would be potentially the disbenefits to all users as well. So it's an amalgam of those assessments as we go through. And we do that justification, that technical justification, so we can go out and speak to the community as well, because we want to make sure that we're only implementing special vehicle lanes where they're going to make the most value.
So would that mean that if a road like Roscommon Road isn't in there, that it's just around prioritisation and funding? So we'll get there one day.
Yeah, if there's required, the prioritisation is, as you said, there's a long list of kilometres that could potentially be used. Obviously, there's also whether a road can actually be usable for a special vehicle lane. You know, not all roads have enough capacity or width in terms of their size. But yes, most of the priority is about where you're already seeing congestion and need for that additional benefit for either a transit lane, a bus, or a freight lane in some circumstances.
Thank you. My second question is for you, Dean. The regional networks are approved by the governing body. We approved a regional cycle network. Where is there's a tension between it hitting a local board and a local board saying no, and therefore we get an inequity not only for the people living there, but for the whole region. So will some more work be done on the veto of local boards? And I'm all for local boards having decision making, but when you've got a regional network, you can end up with these patches of suburbs that are not joined up to the local network, the regional network.
Good question. I also think as I look to potential changes in legislation, this will become quite a salient point for you to address as governing body. But putting that to one side for the minute, if I can talk about our current practice and how we try to manage the trade-offs and the discussion. So we, from Auckland Transport, I think one of our strengths is that we'll look at it as a network, an integrated network, and we're thinking about road hierarchies and, you know, state highways and arterials and collector roads and local roads. We're thinking about public transport, how that moves through it, walking and cycling and pedestrians and all those elements, and how it fits together. And so we've got that model in mind when we think about movement, public transport and road user, private vehicle. And what we're also very aware of, and you put the challenge firmly down the table, is listen and respond to your communities and listen and respond to your local boards. So we've tried to build that voice and understand. And what I've found, interestingly enough, is, yeah, sometimes you get the veto, but actually with quality engagement up the front end, we're more likely to land in the place we need to move and get the result we need to from a network perspective. Now, I can see some tensions coming up on special vehicle lanes, might be a good example. So a special vehicle lane is part of a regional network where you want to move people across the region from A to B. And a local board might have a great interest in local parking down the side of that road. That's a working example of where we're going to have the tension between regional movement and local parking issues. On those matters, we will come back to you and ask for your guidance, because actually you are the governing body. We will work very hard with those communities to help them understand what the benefits are of movement through the corridor, particularly on arterials versus parking on the arterials. We'll work through that. We'll look at alternatives. We'll look at mitigations. But that would be an example of one of those, you know, that's right to the point of your question, isn't it? Who holds the veto? We will give you our quality advice. We're committed to movement, and if parking is a challenge, then we'll be looking at what the options are. Oniwa Road, and Council Hills knows this, would be a prime example of that. So how do you handle 24/7 clear ways through what is currently as out of hours off-peak parking, okay? Those are some of the changes we'll need to work with you. But if we can get both the local board and the governing body to align, we're more likely to get there with the public support. That's our objective.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Dalton? If not, I'll come to Councillor Bartley.
That's good timing, thank you. My question was about SVLs and the timing or socialisation of the benefits of it, of the idea of it, because it seems to me like when you do come to go to local board for a decision, they're not on board because they're scared of the community pushback. But if the community understood the reasons why you need that SVL, perhaps that would help change how the local board would vote. And I'm thinking of Mount Smart in particular, and the timing that the decision was around elections. Of course, people want to get re-elected, so they're not going to vote for something that could be potentially controversial.
Thank you, Councillor. And a very apt timing point. That's not the only local board that had concerns about consultation during the election period. Yes, we are undertaking more engagement with local boards at an earlier stage to highlight the issues that we are trying to address on those certain corridors that we've identified would have potential for special vehicle lanes. We are undertaking to work more engagement with communities to actually talk through those options and thoughts about what benefits could be brought through. But ultimately we do need to consult on a preferred or a number of options. And that's before we do that stage, we come to the local board for their views. And as you suggested there, some of the local boards have been concerned around going out to consultation before or just before an election period.
Yeah, probably more like marketing and, you know, way before you get to that stage of having to go to the local board, just so communities have that awareness, just socialise the idea of this is why we're changing the road use.
Certainly, yes, we would take that on board, and we would like to do some more work in that area to raise awareness of what special vehicle zones are and why we use them and how it would be potential. But take on board your comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further?
I just, I've had a person killed walking in Onehunga to near where the bus station is, and a cyclist killed on Nielsen Street. So I'm wanting to see how we are responding when it doesn't seem to be a government priority, walking and cycling, pedestrian safety. And I do appreciate that I've already had a briefing with the team on what can be done for Onehunga in particular. But it's starting to happen a bit more now.
We're doing everything we can. We the things that we've got control of with the budget we have, we're looking to allocate that for greatest impact on safety outcomes. We've just approved, in response to the changes in speed rule, we've just developed a new local road safety approach. We will engage with communities to look at what are the interventions that can be done to enhance safety, of which speed reductions under the new rule would be one, but a range of other things. So we are looking very closely at how we enhance safety and safety outcomes, and targeting that at the places of greatest need across our networks. And that's what we, I guess, in inverted commas, control. And then we've got our influence program, which is back through the police, back through NZTA, back through education. So look, we're leaning on this as hard as we can, and it's constantly disappointing, and even more so that it was 611 DSI over the last 12 months. We agree, and we welcome your support and advocacy.
Oh yeah, you have it. And I caught the bus, I caught 4 buses yesterday to go to an event. It only cost me $2.80, very cheap, but it did take a while. But I mean, you know, if you had SVLs, of course the journey would be shorter. But I saw the safety, you know, the driver was behind the safety guard, and I saw the CCTV on the bus, like the little camera up there. So I just want to acknowledge all the efforts you're taking to make sure when people catch the bus or the train, they feel safe. So I appreciate your work there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Newman is now back with us. Would you like to take the next call?
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Dean, my questions are
really want to acknowledge the fantastic work of the AT staff in relation to the level crossing removal and the grade separation work in Takanini. It will continue to be a real challenge, planning in that network and the consequential disruption that will take place. But the barrier arms are going to be down, obviously, during the peak for the CRL anyway. So the disruption is real. My question is in relation to the Great South Road. Your officers have been really candid about the need to increase the capacity of the Great South Road in response to the disruption that's taking place on the railway line. So just coming back to this whole issue of getting more capacity out of the corridors, there has been talk about finally getting on top of and having to remove those cycleways and the green painted cycleways and the on-street parking on the Great South Road in relation to that project. Are you in any position today to give any update as to how that work is, how that planning might be trending?
Mel will give you an update, Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, the investigations happening along Great South Road are, as you said, around the level crossing programme. We're aware the level crossing programme is going to take a while to construct, but with CRL coming in, we'd like to do as much as we can to optimise the network through there. There's recently, continuing engagement with the local board down there, looking at a number of improvements, including improvements at the intersections to increase capacity and turning capacity around there. And we are continuing to work to see if we can improve how we utilise the corridor, whether that be removal of some parking or whether we can accommodate any cycling in a different way through there. So we're still in the investigation and design stage for that, but we have listened to the local board, Papakura local board, and the team were down there fairly recently to talk to them and have their feedback on the proposed designs as they currently stand.
Okay. And my other question, and sorry if this appears a very local matter, but I'm very, very happy with the great progress at the Drury train station. There's a lot of good news in the transport space. Probably something that we probably don't talk about enough. But in relation to the rail, the station development, there is the consequential work that Auckland Transport needs to pick up in relation to connectivity and on the Great South Road. And I'm a little concerned because Kiwi Rail's work seems to be progressing at real pace, but I'm not sure if Auckland Transport is quite there yet in terms of its complementary upgrades and improvements at the Great South Road in Drury. Or am I wrong that everything's going to be okay? It's just coming up shortly, but there's walkability, there's kiss and ride, there's the bus station, etc. There's quite a bit to come, but is that going to come very shortly? And I shouldn't lose hope, or are we in danger of just slipping behind the Kiwi Rail timeframe?
Thank you, Councillor. It's a great question. We've been working closely with our partners NZTA and Kiwi Rail around the opening of the station. Waihoihoe Road and intersection with Great South Road is due to start construction towards the end of this year. That's a road of regional significance, so funded by NZTA with Auckland Transport helping with the design. That is progressing well. There is potential more work that will need to be done along Great South Road, that section between Waihoihoe and the motorway interchange, and we're working closely with NZTA to try and maximise what we can do through there. There's a lot of construction already happening through there with the works on the motorway, but also quite significant amount of development work happening around Drury Station. So there is a lot happening. We are keeping up to pace in terms of connecting to the Drury Station, but there'll still be ongoing works in that area, which will probably cause some congestion for a little while to come as the network develops around there.
Chair, look, thank you. Can I ask the officers to maybe catch up with me offline about that, because I would like to get an overview.
I think it's really good if you can catch up offline and make sure there's alignment on that. The The following three questions, and then I would like to be able to conclude questions, are Councillor Sayers, Councillor Hills, and the Mayor, Wayne Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation and update. And also acknowledging you, Richard, being in the room as Chair of Auckland Transport. Thank you for doing that and being here. A lot happening, a lot achieved, and a lot is very complex, which you've explained. And I think Councillor Dalton was kind of touching on the question I'd like to ask, because it is so complex, and with this change of legislation that's coming through, and I mean, I think Auckland Transport's really tried quite hard to help local boards be more empowered, make more decisions, particularly around their capital programs, right? But as we go into a new world, we're asking central government to give certainty and long-term agreement in terms of their transport alignment. And I just think potentially, we could run a risk where councillors, as well as local board members the next term, if the legislation goes through and this amalgamation happens, that there could be political delays, and with every delay there becomes costs. And things go around about as you go back and consult, and we can see that already happening in certain examples within local boards, but it could escalate, including with councillors. So just I'm wondering if there's any learnings or any early thoughts about how we ensure a cohesive and the same objectives perhaps that we're seeking from central government in terms of that better alignment and long-term thinking around projects as we're trying to get them across the line. Have you got initial thoughts there, Dean, or from anyone in your team?
Look, I do have thoughts on, in a brave new world, what we might design into that new operating model, but I think I should leave it to when we get to that point. Anything would be retrospective right now, so if I can hold off answering that question, but we're committed to making the next version of how transport outcomes is delivered to be as high performing as possible. We've got a contribution that we'll be wanting to make on that design, and look forward to that conversation at the right time.
The next question is Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. Questions on so patronage. I mean, without being crude, it does look like the 7 million we're missing is the 7 million that we used to have on the rail, on the tracks. So are we hoping or expecting that you'll be still increasing marginally on bus and ferry, but you'll have that gap filled with the rail when it's actually open again? Because it does look like actually quite a clean 7 million difference.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt had a huge impact, right, in terms of that. But one of the interesting things too is metro train systems globally have recovered at a slower rate than what buses have, yeah? And it's just, I think it's largely, when you think about where the bulky patronage comes from train, it is from commuters, yeah? And so they're more affected by the work from home situation than what buses are, because a lot of people use buses for short journeys to the shops and things like that. Yeah, so it's quite a different offering, and that's why globally trains have recovered slower than what buses have. But Auckland's obviously doubled down in terms of disruption with trains. So yes, we expect to get that back. There's a couple of other things that are not necessarily obvious that digging into this week, such as we are having a lot of equipment failures with end-of-life assets. Yeah, and so BDCs on buses, the bus driver consoles, they're increasingly failing. So we have fast-tracked ordering some more of them to cover us through the period, but obviously we've been really, really limited in terms of what we can invest in terms of our ticketing infrastructure over the next period of time. So that is a 6% failure rate right now. So anybody, if you hear people say there's a smiley face on the, the validator, that is why, yeah? And so that does have an impact. Yeah, so there's a few different things as well. So bus is actually really busy, you know that, you're a bus user. I'm just wondering if we're capturing everything right now.
Yeah, cool. And thank you for actually the August 17 changes massive again right across the city. Like to have people are noticing those sudden increases, especially at night. On that, the frequent network and the work we did in 2016 to 18 on the new network, are we planning a bigger boost next term or earlier in the year to kind of remind people what's there, as well as the free kids weekends, the fact that you can get the bus to the ferry? This all happened in the last couple of years, 21. How we, because I was at a Devonport meeting last night and I mentioned that, and the amount of people who said the bus is free to the ferry, and they're driving around Devonport trying to find a park, whereas they could just get to the ferry. I just don't know how we get those messages, especially with the $50 fare cap. If you're using the weekend with your kids, you might be all free. How do we get that kind of message back out there, as opposed to just hard infrastructure, which is more expensive?
Yeah, no,
So, quick question on the comms.
I take the point. I think we probably do need to do a refresh on some of those core offerings. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And last question, with the TERP, one of the big things we asked for was how do we combine small projects and renewals with upgrades? And I've seen it happening a little bit, but we're still kind of missing the ball on not repatronising the renewals money. But how do we zip those funds up so we're using one set of cones, one set of TMP? How are we going to make sure that we do that to save money and time?
There's a lot of work going in on that very question. We've got a National Forward Works Viewer program, which is designed to bring all those that want to do work in the road space so they can see it together. We're taking a strong leadership role around getting ours into that so that others can then plan theirs to occur beforehand. We'll get to a point in the future where once we've gone through and rebuilt and resurfaced, say, an arterial road, it's locked down for the next 3 or 5 years. So we're looking to try and drive that integration. And in a couple of weeks, as a very practical working example, we're meeting with Watercare so that we can have their program. They're looking at ours. We do a lot more than what they do. Can they fold theirs in under ours and do it at the same time? It's one set of cones, one set of disruption, and far more efficiently delivered of benefit to both organisations. A lot of focus on that.
Thank you. That's great. Now, we've got time for then just one further one following the Mayor. That's the Deputy Mayor wants a question. Can we have quick questions and quick answers?
Quick question. As a happy user of the Outer Link, it's come to my attention that some smart, young, clever people have now got a little ability on their phone to just make a noise like my hop card does. Is there some way of, and then they hop off and everyone thinks they've paid, but they haven't actually. Is there some sort of way that we can alert that that's not actually linked to what's happening?
Questions around fare evasion?
Short answer is
I met
yes.
the young person.
Yeah, and we're onto it. We're aware. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, just my one is on safety. I really like your 8 coordinated approach. Just on the buttons that the drivers can use, I don't know where the cameras are, do they look at the bus shelters or the bus stations as well? Or they just look inside the bus?
No, outside the bus as well.
As well, that's great. Yeah.
And there are also buttons at the bus station that you can press if there's an issue.
Okay, that concludes the questions. I'd ask you to step away now. Thank you very much for your presentation and responding to the questions. I'm going to move that we accept the 25 wrap-up report. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you. Mayor Brown, it is now open for discussion. Do we have anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, look, I don't want to give a campaign speech here, but I do just have to raise 62,479 unique hop cards benefited from free trips for the weekly fare cap. It's something that I'm so proud of that this council implemented in this term. It has made a difference for huge numbers of Aucklanders. And, you know, I think maybe we should be lowering that fare cap. So we've got a fare review coming up in February. I would encourage the new council, whoever is here, to really have a look at that, because it makes a big difference in terms of people's costs. It helps with congestion and it helps with our carbon emissions. So it's a great thing to do, and we should further do it further. Thank you, Chair. That was all.
Thank you very much. There are no further speakers. I'm going to put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is the conclusion of that item. We're going to take a half an hour break and we will resume at what are we up to? 2:45. Thank you. Right, let's resume. Before we go into the next item, which is the procurement of modern diesel ferries, we've had a request from Councillor Williamson and Councillor Stewart that they need to leave and they would like to attend online. I will move that. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you very much. It's seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I'll put it. All those in favour, say aye. To the contrary, say no. That. So let us then invite Dean Kimpton and the Auckland Transport staff to the table. Councillors will have read this report. Mr. Kimpton, can you speak to it briefly, please? We have a question from the Mayor on procedure. Oh, just. Thank you. Mr. Kimpton.
Kia ora, everybody, again, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to this paper. Can I acknowledge, I know this is a matter of concern, both Auckland Transport, but Auckland Council and Auckland Council laws. Can I acknowledge that I wish, with hindsight, we had brought this paper to you 3 or 4 months ago. If we had, I don't think we'd be having the discussion with some of the concern that sits underneath or below the waterline that we have today. So in that respect, you have my apologies on behalf of the organisation. In parallel is Auckland Transport, from the board through to staff, we have looked to act in good faith at all times in the way that we ensure continued delivery of the ferry services. The challenge that we are looking to balance and deal with is we have an ageing ferry fleet. 10 ferries need to be replaced over the next 3 to 5 years. We have got new technology coming in the form of electric ferries, two electric, 2 hybrids. And we need to prove that we're satisfied that technology will work in an open harbour environment that we have here in Auckland, okay? You can go and talk to the Port of Auckland about their Sparky, their tugboat. It's been in service for 12 to 18 months and they're still learning about the technology on that and how it works. Their lessons are our lessons. We will learn on ours. So we don't want to race off and build a complete electric ferry fleet until we know and have learnt from the ones that we have in place. But we've got an immediate need. If we don't replace some of the aged ferry fleet, we will have to stop services in some locations, and we don't want to do that either. So in good faith, the board and the executive, along with the team, had made a decision that short term we needed 3 modern diesel ferries to hold the gap. They're designed in a way that we can then sell offshore again. They're designed to Australian standards. We don't have our own specific ones. That means that they are saleable. We remain committed. So this is a short-term issue to deal with service provision. We remain committed to the decarbonisation and electrification of our ferry fleet, but that decision is also subject to funding. If we don't get funding in the future, we may well end up coming back asking for more modern diesel fleet. That's not our choice, but that is a decision that you as funders, along with government, will make. But it's not a decision we're asking for today, but I'm just signalling this may not be the end of the story. There will be a funding decision story down the track. So that's the context that we're sitting here with this paper, and that's why we want to bring it before you. I'm going to hand over to Stacey because she can talk a bit more about some of the elements. And we've got Nathan here, who's the program director for the fleet replacement of the ferry fleet electrification project. So maybe Stacey and a few comments, and then happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean. Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief because I know you've all read the paper in terms of that. One thing I did want to touch on was about the funding, because there were queries last time about funding from the Climate Action Transport Targeted Rate being used to procure the diesel fleet. So we wanted to just ensure that that was made really clear that we were not using that funding to be able to build these new 3 diesel fleets. It'll be funded from existing council general rates and debt allocations within the current capital budget without using that. Future budgets will be addressed in the next long-term plan and how we going forth, like Dean said, and I think you would want to see some really good data in terms of how that new electric and hybrid fleet prove themselves on the harbour before we come back with any sort of further decisions around that too. But it does get us through that key piece in time where without doing this we would be in a position where we did have to significantly cut ferry services. Now we do have Nick here from the Auckland Council Qatar team if you have queries around the Qatar funds and how that's being used in terms of this program. But I will leave it at that, Chair, and sort of go to questions, I think.
Let's go straight to questions now then. Questions, members? Councillor Simpson, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so basically we're between a rock and a hard place, right? If we want ferries to continue, we have to stick with diesel. That's not the ideal for us. It's not the ideal for council, but if we don't, there's no ferries. You don't have enough ferries. Is that correct?
In short, yes.
Once we, is there a chance that we can on-sell those ferries at another time to somebody else? Not that I think that anybody.
They've been designed such that they can, and we believe there will continue to be a market for that size ferry. And yes, so the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Mayor.
Thank you. The bit that's missing in the report for me is a picture, because every other thing, when you talk about boats, you see what they look like. And you can't describe a boat in words if you can't see what it is that you're going to look like. So can we, and presumably it says here you're going to actually purchase them, so you must have an idea what they are, and so that would be nice. So what's the cost differential between a diesel and electric ferry? Because Fuller's had an argument, had a bit in the paper saying that they'd only ever buy a Fuller's one, so that's one question. And the second bit is that if there's a funding problem, did you consider letting the operators buy their own ferries?
I will, thanks, Mayor Brown. I will start this. I may dip into having Nathan to support some of that commentary in it. The electric fleet are circa 20 mil a vessel, where the diesel fleet is circa 8 mil, and for the same capacity in terms of that. So, of course, you've got to look at the operating costs over the lifetime of the vessel, where they pretty much match even based on the trajectory. Actually, I think the electric comes under, but what happens with the electricity prices is over that term, as well as diesel prices, is, of course, they're flexing that sort of model, yeah.
Well, that's fair enough. I understand. But what about who owns them?
The reason we wanted to own at least a portion of the fleet, because we have other operators out of the network, so some routes will be operated with their own vessels and they're specified as such. But having a contingent in terms of where AT owns the vessels allows us what I call better procurement decisions, because of course if you don't have available fleet with procurement timeframes, incredibly difficult for new entrants to come into the market. Yeah. So it is about that long-term strategy for Auckland to make sure that we have reliable ferry services that are also in terms of working towards making sure that there was market equity there.
Okay, that's fair enough, but I still want to see a picture. That's how you give us a map when you go on a flat thing, so we can see what's going on. I want to see what the boat looks like. That's what boating magazines are full of pictures.
Pictures coming.
I'm sorry, I've got a bit of a list going here. I'll come back to you. Was that a supplementary on that question? So the next question I have is Councillor Walker.
Sure. So thank you, Madam Chair. I've been asking some questions around the ferries for coming up a couple of years now. This report still doesn't address the question I've been asking, which is around the cost of these electric Hamilton Jet ferries. The report doesn't give any itemised cost, and I understand that the build is still ongoing, and I don't doubt that there are overruns. I'd also like a cost for the hybrid ferries. That's the diesel hybrid ferries that are being built. The other concern that I have, Madam Chair, given that I've been raising this issue for some time and engaging with companies in New Zealand that have been interested in building ferries, that is, building ferries capable of running on these routes, why hasn't that been considered, or have we simply dropped the ball and left it too late? So I've got a couple of questions. One, around the costs that I've been asking for some time.
Let's
Second,
take one at a time.
Second, why can't we buy the ferries locally, or have we simply dropped the ball and it's too late? Two questions.
Okay, in answer to the two questions, Councillor Walker, on the 21st of August, we responded in some detail to your question on costs. They went to your elected member assistant, Miro. So you'll find all the answers there, and I'm happy to circulate them to all the other councillors. And the second one, the construction and the technology for the electric ferries we've got are local.
They're built locally.
They're built locally. We've been to the yard. It's using local Kiwi technology. I think it's an outstanding story of...
That's the Hamilton Jet stuff you're referring to.
Well, physically to build as well. It's the McMullen and Wing, just in East Tamaki. It's happening. It's local. It's us doing our stuff in Auckland for these ferries. Yep.
But equally, we could have built these ferries that you require. We could have built fit-for-purpose ferries. They could have been capable of conversion to electric. We've had offers for that. I've certainly had approaches from companies around that.
So it's your question about conversion of existing diesel fleet to electric. We've looked at a whole range of options, haven't we? And none of them are cost effective compared to the route that we're going. Stacey.
Yeah, I think what Councillor Walker may be meaning is, have we sort of looked at what other fleet availability there is? And the short answer on that is yes, we have. The longer answer is standardisation of fleet for infrastructure and interoperability is key to being successful and making sure we have good asset utilisation. But we have had really good conversations, and I know the team have had really good conversations with others that have expressed interest to try and help them to understand what the model is going forth and where they may be able to participate. So to make sure that we're not closing off to other ideas.
Thank you for that, Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
A couple of follow-up questions on this item. First of all, just in respect of the electric ferries, Wellington, of course, has the Ikariri, which has been in operation since March 2022. It's been out for 9 months with some issue to do with parts, but it's been functioning on the harbour for the best part of 3 years now. Seems to be very successful, certainly a lovely ferry to travel in. I'm curious if we've had any interaction with, I think it's East by West, isn't it, down there? Obviously, their experience is based on real-time travel, and I think they have learned a lot over the period of those couple of years. So have we had any interactions with them in terms of, you know, sort of better informing ourselves?
Thank you, Councillor. We have, so there's Webco, who's a ferry manufacturer, Mackay, who's an electrical integrator based in Northland, and then East by West, who's a ferry operator. We have engaged with all of those parties and did a visit on the Ikariri to really understand what makes that vessel tick, what lessons that we can learn. This was some time ago, probably 18 to 24 months ago, and what we should do to kind of make sure our ferries in Auckland are resilient and work well. I'd say there are some analogies with our ferries in Auckland. So their ferry is carbon fibre, similar to the EV Maritime ferries being constructed in Auckland, and the battery provider is the same as well. So the same form factor and how they're using their batteries is similar to what we're doing in Auckland. Thank you.
As far as the diesel ferries go, and I understand the situation we're in, and certainly these new diesels are a world removed from the old 25, 30-year-old diesels. I mean, these are very technologically advanced and very fuel efficient. Just in terms of our options there,
now, and I think Councillor Walker alluded to the possibility in some instances where they have the capability to be designed for future electrical power conversion. So there are people who can do that. Some of these, and I'm thinking in terms of the different travel patterns of a number of these routes now, where we have not so much big, 200-300 people travelling at the peak hours, but people travelling in smaller numbers throughout the days. And Stacey showed how that patronage has been, really improving, which is really good. So in terms of the availability of these sort of smaller craft, maybe 125, 150 passengers who operate at a faster speed, therefore cutting down some of these journey times by as much as 10%, which is pretty impressive. Superior fuel efficiency, better performance in rough water, which affects some of our routes, lowering the manning requirement, and their production time, I think in one instance, was only 15 months. I'm just wondering, did we take a view where, given that change in travel behaviour, whether those sorts of craft, might be more future-proof than perhaps, the conventional kind of seatage and everything that went along with it?
I can talk briefly to that. We have smaller routes in the network, and you're absolutely right, Councillor, something in the range of 120, 150 passengers is perfect for those routes. We also have high volume routes where 200 passengers, maybe slightly more, is appropriate in the morning peak to avoid leaving our passengers behind. These ferries are designed for 200 passengers, primarily to replace some diesel ferries AT has at the moment, which are reaching end of life, and designed for those kind of higher capacity routes. But you're right, it's very much matching the ferry to the route.
Yes. Okay. So final question, and as I said, I noticed in some of those companies have come, their actual travel time is appreciably faster. So it's a really upgraded service here, and I guess that's my final question, goes to, we know our fleet is really aged and pushing 3 decades in many instances. What impact do you think the newer diesels, and then obviously the electrics and the hybrids once they get going, is going to have on terms of ferry travel as an option for people? We service basically 9 major routes around Auckland. This is surely going to uplift the experience and the performance for those people that are using the ferry, isn't it?
I hope so.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. The next question is Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. It'll be no secret that I'm pretty disappointed in this direction. Is this largely because of the $75 million cut by the government and the deprioritisation of the fleet?
There's probably 3 of us are going to answer aspects of that question. I wouldn't want to put it all on just the deprioritisation of funding. Clearly that is one of the issues. I think we would have gone out with more electric ferries earlier, but we still need to prove the technology and its performance on our open harbours. And so it is both and answer to that one, and that's the honest perspective. We might have, instead of 2, we might have done 4. But we would still need to prove the technology, be satisfied that it works, so we could learn for the next generation.
Okay. Well, was 70% of ferry orders internationally assumed to be EV, and Sydney Harbour, New South Wales have said they're going to be fully electric by 2035. Do you not think that this makes Auckland kind of backward? We're not. Sorry.
I think the short answer is no. I don't think we're backwards. I think we're leading the way here in terms of it. And does it seem counterproductive to go this way? I can understand that too, but we got to look at the resilience of the network as a whole. So huge high confidence in shorter routes for ferries with electric. We need to get that confidence and use the data to have the confidence in the longer routes and conditions. And will we get there? Yes, I think we will. But it is a journey. We need that resilience in the fleet. Otherwise, we will be in a situation where we're chopping ferry services, and we don't want to do that again.
Okay, how many additional EVs or low emission ferries will we get? Just none.
I think that's entirely dependent on what the funding situation is. And so we need to have that reset, and I think we've committed to doing that reset with Auckland Council and work on this together about what that
Can I
reset
ask you
looks
to
like.
speak into the microphone a little more?
Yes, sorry, Chair. And so we do need to do that reset and sort of look at what that future LTP looks like, and there's a commitment. We will absolutely do that to make sure we're on the same page and can understand that funding and how far we can stretch it with the fleet replacement schedule we have. Absolutely.
Okay, but if I'm trying to work out the funding, because much like the buses, right, we use the fee up front to help the companies buy electric buses, and then we save significant funding on the operations. I mean, Fullers are saying that it's 60 to 70% cheaper operating because of the diesel and the lack of need for servicing, and they're sort of saying they can't understand why we would go down this track. Are we looking at the broader costs, so the whole of life as opposed to just that? And if we have money for the diesel ferries, and now could we not combine that funding with the cat out, or as the government said, they will just no longer subsidise any low emissions ferries? Because it sort of seems like we've had to make this decision because we won't get this subsidy anymore.
I think there's an accumulation in terms of decisions we've had to make. But the thing is, if we're in a situation going forth where we have confidence in the technology and the funding to proceed in terms of that, we absolutely will be. Back to Mayor Brown's question about can the fleet be on pass? Can we sell the fleet? Are they sellable to other markets? Yes, they are. And that's a commitment we want to get there. We've got to make sure we can get there and run ferry services reliably for Auckland while we do that. That's our commitment.
But if most people are buying EV ferries, most cities, will there be markets for someone to buy our older, new diesel ferries?
The information that we have suggests there absolutely is. And I don't think that electric ferries are as widespread as what we necessarily think. It's an emerging market, and definitely people are going to be transitioning to that. But again, I think we're sort of leading the way a lot with that, with how we're doing it.
Okay, I mean, I know they're not the same thing, but I remember these same sort of conversations with the buses, right? And you backed, you personally backed as well as professionally backed the stopping to buy diesel buses. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people were sceptical, and next year we're going to have almost 40% of the fleet fully electric. Can we not lean in and do that too? Because I don't think people thought we could do that within 4 years, and we have.
No, absolutely agree, Councillor. And actually that's a really good example, because when we started with electric buses, we procured them ourselves and tested them and got the operators' confidence in if they could do a full days in service, kilometres. And so we had to do a couple of years of trials before we actually got to a position where we put to the board about procurement of electric fleet only going forth. So it is actually the same approach, right? It's just in terms of slightly different pathway, but same approach in terms of investing the technology, trialling it, getting the data, getting the confidence of our stakeholders before pursuing forth.
And last question, Madam Chair, just on the cost, have we factored in, because obviously the current government's direction on the ETS and the climate, the emissions plan for New Zealand, like they're leaning far heavier into the ETS and pricing rather than carbon reduction. Have we factored in that 20% of our emissions are these ferries? What does that look like to the cost on top of likely diesel costs going up over time? Have you factored the cost of that?
Yes, well, I was going to say yes, we have. We know there is likely to be an increasing disincentive to purchase diesel over time as the cost of diesel kind of increases. I guess it just comes down to, as I kind of mentioned, I think having the funding available to do electric now, additionally the charging infrastructure, and then I think there's a big time element. Councillor Watson talked to maybe 15 months for a diesel ferry. It's broadly 3 years for an electric one, so we're, as the Deputy Mayor said, a bit squeezed at the moment between having ferries that are urgently needed to be replaced, services that need to continue, and our ability to fund and install charging infrastructure and procure electric ferries. So we're in this really kind of difficult spot at the moment, which we're trying to kind of get ourselves out of.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks for your allowing me to have another question. Sorry, I meant to ask. Knowing that we don't have any really choice, if we don't have a ferry, there's no passengers, could you just confirm how many passengers would be disrupted or prevented from using a non-road-based public transport option if we didn't buy these ferries?
Thousands. I will get back to you with the numbers. If you give me a minute, I can actually tell you.
I think that's important, because if the ferries are not allowed to operate, these people will have to go to a road-based system. So I'd be really keen to know what that figure is. I think, respectfully, it just helps.
Have a road.
Yes, I know. But by getting them on a ferry, it means that you get less people on the road. So I think it helps your story, not that it's a good one, but.
Why don't we give you a moment to work on that? And while you do that, I have Councillor Walker and then Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've noted the information that was sent to me. I hadn't picked it up. It was in a Lagoima. The further question I've got is around whether these ferries that we're commissioning, the electric ferries and the electric hybrid vessels, are actually fit for purpose compared to better ferries that we could otherwise get. I've got a few questions. The electric ferries, that's the McMullen and Wing, they've got Hamilton jet technology. Is that the case?
That's correct.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but because they have Hamilton jets, that means they can't foil. In addition to that, the electric hybrid vessels have got the Hamilton jets, then they've got a set of diesel engines as well. They're much heavier in the water. They're going to be less efficient to run. Are you conducting any sort of investigation into what is actually fit for purpose going forward? And in particular, bearing in mind that none of these ferries are going to be suitable for the outer runs.
Council, I'll try to respond to those questions. I don't pick up all of them. Please come back to me. So both types of ferries have jets as opposed to propellers. This is appropriate due to a number of the kind of more tidal locations around the work, like Half Moon Bay, where the ferries will be operating. It's very difficult to get props into Half Moon Bay when you've got a king tide multiple times a year. So jet boats basically builds in that resilience. The ferries are not designed to be foiling boats, so we have a company here in Auckland, Vesev, who's got a very innovative small foiling boat running around the harbour. The ferries are not intended to fly in the air and foil on the harbour. There was a question around the hybrids. You're right, they do have diesel backup generators. So the two hybrid ferries are intended to run the Devonport route, so our highest volume route on the Auckland public transport network, 300 passenger ferries, primarily running on electric to Devonport. If there is an issue, so maybe an electrical outage or there's a delay in the timetable, they've got the diesel generator there to provide some resilience and backup because of the importance of that route. I would probably note there's a lot of testing and trialling to be done over the next couple of years, which Dean alluded to really prove out the technology and understand before we procure more ferries, and I'm sure refinements to be done.
So just to clarify then, the diesel element on those ferries you mentioned is simply a generator, not another set of engines run by diesel.
Yes, that's correct. It's a generator that feeds onto the electrical bus and that supplies the electrical system in the ferries. So the batteries and the diesel effectively power the same motors.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Baker, and we hope you're feeling better.
Thank you, Chris, and thanks for stepping in this morning. Look, just question that hasn't been mentioned much here is the charging infrastructure that's required and the cost of that, but also just the challenges of that and the electrical supplies. Is Have you got any information on that, and how has that played any part in the decision making?
It has, Councillor. We talk regularly to others around the globe who are doing similar things, and we're very blessed in Auckland actually to have a good power supply, and we can get good connections from our Vector network. But some of the locations we've chosen initially, such as Half Moon Bay, that's based upon the ease of getting power. Not all of our locations, I guess, are blessed by a robust power supply. Many of our ferry locations, like if I pick on kind of Devonport where I live, or near where I live, it's really hard to get a big power cable out to Devonport, and it's much easier at Half Moon Bay. And so we have made some decisions based upon the cost and the efficiency of electrification at this stage, and we're likely to learn those lessons from the charging, and then basically, improve future stages.
Yeah, thanks, Nathan. Because we have an issue with our bus charging as well, where we can only take charging for the buses when there's capacity because we have to take so much. When there's only spare capacity, the Vector have. I remember, is that that would be the case here too? Because they just take so much juice, wouldn't they?
They are being designed to tie into the Vector network, and at peak times they can take slightly less charge, and then at off-peak times they're unlimited. So we're definitely working with Vector on that.
So I
thank you.
Have further questions at this stage, but I'm sorry, Stacey.
Thanks, Chair. Just updating in terms of those numbers. So if we limited impact, and obviously limited any impact to Devonport, which is the huge volume that travels on that service, you're still looking at about 8,500 journeys a day. Yeah, across those other services that could potentially be impacted and have to revert to other modes. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to remain just while we put up the recommendations. I've got the changes that I'll get Barry to speak to just briefly under C. And if there's any comment, you might care to make it before you withdraw. So Barry, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Chair. And this is just noting some of the conversation that I'm sure may come out in debate, and some of the questions, of course, around which Dean has also acknowledged engagement with the council around the decision making, and it's just clarifying those. With the 3 points there, decision was made by Auckland Transport without oversight by Auckland Council, and Dean has noted that Auckland Council's adopted strategies in direction to Auckland Transport, including the direction to carbonise the fleet, and that's something that's been talked about before, of course, and as part of Council's direction. And but the key bit there is just request Auckland Transport to engage with Auckland Council on matters of importance prior to decision making, which is probably addressing the thing that I think Dean raised in his opening statements about this.
Is there anything to this, Dean, you want to add? If not, I'll ask you to withdraw, and to thank you very much for appearing before the committee, and again acknowledging that your chair of the board is here, and we really welcome his presence here today, so thank you.
So we have no comment.
Thank you. I will move the recommendations, and Councillor Dalton will second the recommendations. It is now open for debate, and the first I have is Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is an important decision. Auckland, City of Sails, after all, but our ferry fleet for quite some years now has been lagging behind that proud slogan that gets trotted out every so often. In respect of some of the comments that are made about, the choices or lack of choices here, there is only one known operational fully electric ferry in the Southern Hemisphere. There's one, and that's the one in Wellington. The Kariri, constructed by Webco, been going for about 3 years. Really successful, really cutting edge, and a company and operator who have learnt a lot as they've gone along. So the technology with the electrics is an evolving one, and that they would, I think, be the first to concede that they know a lot more now than when they started, but there's still a long way to go. So in some ways, there is something to be gained by just waiting to see how things pan out over the next few years. The fleet, after all, that we're looking to replace is 29 new ferries. We're coming for 3 today. They need 10 over the next 3 to 5 years. So I think that this is a fairly safe sort of option, and certainly one that's needed on some of the routes. Some of the older ferries, you know, they're slower, they're noisier, and they're less resilient when the weather's not so good. So, you know, there is no choice there. And whereas big investments been made in rail and in the bus network, that hasn't happened with the ferry network. So this is a kind of opportunity to catch up a little bit with nothing like the capital investment that has accompanied rail and bus. My only kind of reservation is to do with the options to us in terms of the type of craft, and there's some exciting options with some of the builders that are around now with the diesel ferries. As we mentioned earlier, there are some of them that can provide for future conversion to electric. When you look at some of the stats for some of these ones, they're faster. They're far better able to cope with some of the rougher routes, which is a problem for some of them. They have lower manning requirements for the lower passenger numbers, so that's reducing the costs, and the commute time in a number of those runs goes down by about 10%. So I can only hope that the build that we've opted for is as good as some of these ones that have been promoted by some of these New Zealand kind of cutting edge companies that are around, because everything they appear to be offering is a significant progression of what we've got at the moment in terms of design, performance, travel time, commuter experience, you know, that would really transform a number of those routes for the better. But I guess overall, Madam Chair, it is good to see this investment coming through. We've got quite a way to go with our ferry fleet. In a number of instances, the ferries are servicing areas that are experiencing huge growth, like Hobsonville Point and other places. The amount of traffic that they take off the roll are quite critical in the overall network. So, you know, it might not be the numbers of buses, but it's sufficient enough to help local networks where people are choosing. And of course, you've got to remember at the end of it, the use of the water doesn't cost us anything much. You have a terminal at either end, and there's no congestion, there's accurate travel times, and there's a whole different experience. So people travelling by the ferries, it's a bit like travelling first class as compared to economy class, because it's enjoyable. And if you look at people getting off the ferries, they're so much more relaxed. So I think it's the way of the future. This is a small start, but it's an important one. So I'm very happy to support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for C, and for everybody that helped massage that into the outcome that we have here. I'd like to acknowledge Dean and the team, and noting the report at point 8, they've acknowledged that the decision to progress the purchase of diesel vessels, given its significance and potential misalignment with previous strategic intent, should have been presented to councillors in a more formal way. And it sort of goes a little bit to what I discussed earlier in an earlier item, and that is the regional agreed strategies, networks, priorities, and then what happens along the way, that we all keep oversight of that. The example I gave was a local board having a veto over a regional network, and we're going to end up with misalignment, and we're going to end up with an inequity across the region if you're going to be going from one place and then there's a gap because the local board decided they didn't like it. In this instance here, it is just going back to the fundamental of, we have a strategic intent, we have a strategy, and the horrible word TERP does still exist. So it says in this report, previous strategic intent. That maintains the strategic intent of this council. It might have changed for Auckland Transport during the course of the budget and the changing of the GPS, but councillors need to be aware, because councillors at this point in time are going out campaigning for election, and they want to do that with the confidence of knowing what existing strategies are and what they can deliver to their communities, whether their communities prefer roads to cycles or public transport to cars. Everybody needs to understand what role they can play in delivering the outcomes that their voters are going to give to them. So for me, it is around that communication and ensuring that we're sticking to what we believe that we have agreed to as a council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Lee.
Yes, it's quite an interesting development. I think this intervention by AT in the ferry market happened about this time 3 years ago, and a lot of initiatives happen during the election hiatus, and it's not necessarily for a good outcome. But anyway, in Auckland, and I'm a ferry user, and sometimes the ferry is a little bit late, and I get marked down by the New Zealand Herald for coming in a bit late with the timekeeper over in the corner there. Anyway, leaving that aside, the ferry system in Auckland has always been privately owned and operated, and that's worked out okay, especially personified by the late George Hudson, who was the founder or the builder of Fuller's, and quite a visionary person. On the other hand, we've never had, like we've had, for instance, with the ARA bus service, which was the biggest bus operator in the country for about 3 decades, a completely publicly owned, vertically integrated ferry service. Now we have a kind of a hybrid. We are somehow the new owner of Fuller's. Sir Brian Suter has talked ARC managers into buying his ferry vessels for him to operate. And there are some concerns about that. In some ways, it could be the public are made to socialise the cost, and the overseas shareholder privatises the earnings. So there is some concern about that, but given that the decision to enable this has already been made, I am really concerned now that we have a competing operator on the Waiheke run, for instance, Island Direct, that Fuller's are not enabled by AT, the subsidy, if you like, by AT, to unfairly compete in this market. The new ferries should be accessible to all ferry companies and not just Waiheke Direct. There needs to be a proper competitive price process, because people criticise AT, and I think quite rightly, for assisting monopolies in the transport market. If you could look at Sea-Link, what happened there, they moved from their old slot at Wynyard Wharf and were given, I understand, a significant new area, all paid for by the ratepayer, and that just reinforces monopoly. It's not necessarily helpful, especially for people who are competing in that market. No one's going to put price controls on PT fares. They always go up, or rather change, as AT prefers to call it. But we should not be reinforcing this monopoly. The only leverage that the public has over fares, especially ferry fares, is a certain degree of competition, especially for communities which are totally reliant on ferries like Waiheke. So I will be watching to ensure that this informal practice of reinforcing big monopolies, overseas monopolies, is stopped, and that there is a proper competitive price process for operating these new ferries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. The last speaker we have is Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just think this is disappointing. I would have liked to have been able to make the decision. It is funny around this table that we always want power over AT unless it's a decision you agree with, then you're happy that they made it. So, you know, it is a funny one. This didn't come from nowhere. We passed the climate plan together unanimously. Then we also went out to consult in 2022 on a budget that included a climate action targeted rate. And one of the big things in there was decarbonisation of the ferry fleet, which had good support from Auckland Transport and good support from the government at the time. So no, that's the change. But 68% of Aucklanders who submitted to that supported that targeted rate and supported the decarbonisation of the ferry fleet for very good reason. 20% of our carbon emissions are from our ferry fleet. People are very protective of the Hauraki Gulf and the Waitemata, and they know the smell and the pollution and the noise caused by our ferries is a big concern, especially up close in our basin there. I think it would have been nice if we figured out a transition way or a conversation together on what we could do, even to ensure we buy a couple more through this process, while maybe having these diesels for those granted for those longer routes like up to Gulf Harbour, which potentially would be difficult with an electric. But I think what we've done is gone backwards. And with Sydney and New South Wales, other areas, Sydney's going to have a full electric fleet by 2035, and we'll be trying to sell them ours, I assume, our diesel ones. I think this is another backward step. I think this will lead to large costs, much higher costs for future Aucklanders, because we made a decision, well, we didn't make a decision, that actually got taken from us. So Auckland Transport made a decision to cost future Aucklanders a lot more on the environment, a lot more costs with the ETS and diesel, and I think it is a mistake, because once again, like the City Rail Link, people will see these electric ferries and low emission ferries out on the harbour over the next 2 years and expect and assume we're going to continue it. Because people did say with the electric buses in 2021, when we said we will not buy another, it couldn't be done. There's not enough companies to provide them. There's not enough of a runway of buses to be built. And now we've done phenomenal. We're going to have 450 electric buses next year, and our streets are quieter and less polluted because of it. And we're saving costs. So I'm disappointed with this direction. I think it's a backward step for our city, and I hope that next year we can work out a nuanced way forward that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to put it now. I did signal, and we have to work through the program. I said that was the last speaker, so I'm going to put it now. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary say no. That is carried. The Watercare update, agenda item 14, and I invite Watercare to the table. Thank you very much, and I am going to rely on the assurance I have received from Mr. Potter that this presentation will not exceed 10 minutes.
We will whistle through, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So in the interest of time, we'll assume the paper is read, but we'll pick out a few highlights as we go through to keep it to 10 minutes or maybe even less if we can be really productive. So yeah, let's just flick over the overview. We just talk about some of the projects that we just want to highlight. So typically in the past, the Central Interceptor project has taken a lot of the airtime to the committee. CI is largely, ramping down. Still has 12 months to go, but it's not as much as our capital program these days. So I wanted to highlight a few other projects that we've got underway. The Aoraki main sewer is a very tricky piece of work where we're relining a 100-year-old sewer. You can see we've got a gentleman inside this pipe, and those are what we call grout lines. So we're installing a plastic liner on the inside and then grouting up with cement concrete on the outside. This is to provide some additional strength and resiliency to a 100-year-old sewer. At the same time, there's a body of work looking at the aged Aoraki main sewer across the network as to how we can finally, or what we need to do from a rehabilitation point of view or a replacement point of view. Priyan, you want to add anything there?
Yeah, so that the sewer itself is quite broad, so we are looking holistically at the entire sewer renewal as a potential option, whether that's a replacement via another tunnel or, as David's described, methodologies that allow us to keep the existing asset going. So we'll look to optimise an approach, but that is going to take us some time.
Next slide, please. So one project to touch base quickly on is the Wellsford wastewater treatment plant works. This is an increase and an upgrade to an existing treatment plant, and it's using technology that we're actually using in other places across the catchments. We have a very similar plant going in at Clark's Beach, and also there'll be another one at Waiku. And so if we can have a consistent implementation of the same technology, it's going to be more efficient in terms of how we deliver the work. And obviously more efficiencies, we can get the work done quicker. So we're doing similar technology at Wellsford and Clark's Beach at the moment.
Yes, just to reiterate David's message, so we actually tested this technology in Te Kaupata as part of the work we were doing at the Waikato District Council. We've gained significant confidence in this. We've actually found that it's performing better than we anticipated. So we are absolutely moving now to a standardised delivery for these smaller scale schemes in the smaller communities around Auckland, and also provides potential options for the rest of the country. So we're actually absolutely building a standardised design that we can roll out around not only Tamaki but also the country.
Next slide, please. That's just an aerial shot of the treatment plant. So next slide. Here's a new project that we'd just like to highlight, is the Archboyd wastewater upgrade. This is a pump station and a pipeline upgrade at East Mangere. This is a project that's been a long time in planning and design, but finally, as of a couple of months ago, we had the first blessing and groundbreaking. So here's another project that's underway just in South Auckland. Another major project that's underway, currently in the design stage, is the North Harbour 2 water main. This is going to add a lot of resiliency to the supply of water in the west and the north of Auckland. We are doing some initial work around the Greenhithe Bridge crossing. We'd like to get some work underway there so we can get another pipe over the bridge. But you can see the route runs basically the whole way from Titirangi all the way over to Rosedale.
Yeah, so the length and extent of this pipeline is similar to our Hanua 4 water main, which we ran from Redoubt Road through to the reservoirs in Kaipa Pass. And again, that was quite a complex piece of work through very complex working environments. This program and project itself is very similar to that, working through, winding through the areas from New Lynn right through to Albany Reservoir. This work will be concurrent with the Waikato number 2 water main, so we'll be running effectively 2 large water main projects at the same time over the next 10 years. So very complex pieces of work, potentially quite impactful from a transport perspective, but we're working quite closely with our transport colleagues to find efficiencies and opportunities to work through this program aligned with their program of works.
Another project that's just started recently is the Herne Bay Collector. This will connect into the most northerly shaft of Central Interceptor. We're currently doing site investigations and service relocations along the route, and that we also have an interface here with Healthy Waters. This will be great to get this done. I think we're committed to completing this project by the end of 2028.
So this forms part of our Waitemata water quality improvement program. So it's connecting all of what are existing engineered overflow points that run along the coastline to this new collector and ultimately convey them through to the central interceptors. So what it absolutely will achieve a reduction in overflows in those waterways along the Western Isthmus.
So Central Interceptor. So massive milestones in the last 6 months was the final tunnel boring machine breakthrough at Herne Bay. That was in early March. So thanks to everyone that came out for that. The southern system is in operation and has been operating since January. And the northern tunnel is getting finished out. All the connections in the north are getting made. We're still on track for bringing in the additional flow from the north around the middle of next year. We did have some videos to show, but in the interest of time, we're going to flick on. The Southwest programme, so I mentioned the Waiuku and Clark's Beach work. So there's a new treatment plant going on at Clark's Beach at the moment, similar to the treatment plant at Wellsford. This project has also involved a tunnel boring machine, which we like. And we've tunnelled out into the harbour, and we're currently now putting diffusers on the end of the tunnel, which will be for the outfall.
So the Southwestern scheme provides servicing to Clark's Beach, Glenbrook Beach, Waiuku, and Kingseat, and so this particular plant, the modularisation we've achieved here, and I think the pace that David and his team have achieved is phenomenal. With what we thought was going to take us 2 years is looking like taking us significantly shorter and coming in under budget. So fantastic effort from the wastewater delivery team.
Okay, and final 2 minutes, the Northeast scheme. So the new Snells wastewater treatment plant will be, we have an opening day, I think it's on the 15th, so in a couple of weeks' time. Literally either tomorrow or early next week, we hope to have turned the system on. We're currently in final testing and commissioning phase. Early next week, we hope to have the pump station at Warkworth activated, and we'll be pumping live flow into the Snells treatment plant by next week, touch wood. Next slide. That's just some pictures. Next slide. So just a last slide on a recent announcement around some upgrade and renewals work.
Yeah, what we'll take this largely as read. I guess the press release has been made, and I understand that councillors and the Mayor's office has been made aware of our approach. In essence, we're ramping up our renewals activities. So over the last 6 months, we've got our house in order with regard to understanding our data sets, and we've put together a program, and we're about to start contracting a significant portion of our renewals work. So 75 million will be contracted before Christmas. And that is us, so happy to take questions.
Oh, thank you. We have a number of questions, starting with the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation. $3.8 million a day in investment, which is pretty impressive, by the way. Look, I've just got a short question on the Watercare sewer. So that poor guy is getting under there and relining it. Are you looking at the whole structure of the Watercare sewer right now, or will you wait for the central interceptor to be operational before looking at it?
So we've done a lot of condition assessment already. The actual time, the best time to do any inline repairs like that is actually after the central interceptor is commissioned in the north, because that way we can take flow out of the Aoraki main sewer and limit flows. So from that picture you saw, he's working in live flow. The shallower the flow, the better, from a purely safety point of view, which is, our main concern all the time.
Thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, sorry, just took me a little while to find the buttons. Right, thanks for this, and always love our Watercare updates, so thank you very much. My question is sort of in relation more to the work that you've been doing around the network capacity planning. And obviously we're having this very live discussion at the moment around these plan change choices, sorry, that's quite hard to say quickly, that we face as a city. We've got a big vote coming up on the 24th of September. And one of the things that people are raising, certainly in the questions with me, is around whether some of the housing that increase that is potentially coming in various specific locations, suburb-wise, whether there is the drinking and the wastewater capacity. And so I've been finding the maps that you've got for that and the work that you've been doing on that really useful for that discussion. I wondered if Watercare has any plans to sort of, I guess, re-up those, do some fresh comms on that, because you did release them, I think it was July was the most recent update, and I'm not asking for a fresh update because obviously that's a lot of work, but it might just be helpful in terms of informing some of that conversation, the public conversation at the moment, if Watercare were to be doing some comms, because I think that is part of the question we're getting. And I have a follow-up to that too, please.
Sure, thank you for the question. Excuse me, sorry. So, yeah, we are intending to have a further release of the map, so an update, in November this year. I understand that's behind the timing for the vote that's coming. But we're also working quite closely with the council team, understanding the impact or the population distributions associated with the intensification plan change. And then once we have that data, we'll be able to more fulsomely assess that data against the system's capacity. So not unlike what we did for Plan Change 78, we still have a bit of modelling work to do once we understand what that population distribution looks like. But in lieu of that, we will be updating the capacity maps that we released back in May, and we've committed to doing that on a 6-monthly basis.
Thank you. And I think also, one of the things that I noticed for my ward in particular, and this will be reflected in other parts of the city too, but just to give an example, I'm not trying to be too parochial, is that some of the maps, are a bit blobby, which I expect, that's fine. But it would be helpful, I think, particularly for some of the parts where we are having this, very live conversation about more or less intensity, perhaps along the Western Line and the Southern Line in particular, to be able to have a little bit more certainty. You've got, for example, some areas of the most of the isthmus is no capacity issues, which is great. I think that's very clear, but there are some patches where it says, capacity is there, but it's being closely monitored. And I think it would just be helpful for our public conversation if we could have a little bit more clarity. You've got some very straight lines there for sort of around Epsom and Newmarket and part of Mount Eden, but it would be really helpful to be able to point more specifically to those areas, to sort of reassure people, I guess. So is that information available and I've just missed it, that sort of zoom in, or is that something that could be provided?
That information is available through the GIS. So the map that's been published is a very high level sort of communicative summary, but there are layers to that. So what we can do is provide you with a bit more background and detail as to how to track that more detailed information down. And
That'd be fantastic.
we can do that.
Yeah, that would be really useful because at the moment you name a suburb and people think it means the whole suburb. To me, that map looks very much like it's only part of Mount Eden in particular, which obviously is part of my area, but also it will only be part of Epsom or Newmarket or whatever. So having more clarity, I think, would be really helpful for those discussions. So what I've heard you say is that you've done the modelling for what was proposed for PC 78, but of course PC 78 includes what I'm now referring to as the big blankness, which is the light rail corridor. So what have you done about capacity mapping for that big whited out area where there's no zoning proposed?
So we haven't picked that up yet, so we'll pick that up once we start to understand from the council team where the distributions land, and once we understand that, we'll map our capacity on top of that.
Okay, I mean, all of it at the moment is in the no limitations area anyway, so it's probably not too much of a problem. Just be helpful, I think, again, for the community to understand that.
Sure.
So and then obviously we have other parts of the region that might be proposed for intensity under the new proposal, where you know that you do have limited capacity, and I guess I'm particularly thinking about the stuff we know about for the Hibiscus Coast that's had a lot of media, and my colleagues from up there might want to pick up on that. So we wouldn't know until November really, if we did go with the new proposal, what that might look like, whether that's possible or not. Has that already been taken into account? That might be a question more for the planning people, sorry.
Yeah, fortunately I can answer it. So I guess we've taken in the current settings for the spatial plan is what we've based the capacity map on, and in particular that constraint for the Hibiscus Coast. We haven't yet mapped what that might look like in a different setting, so with the intensification plan change. So it was acknowledged through Plan Change 78 that we were going to have an issue in the Hibiscus Coast, which is why we have set up as a qualifying matter. But what we haven't done is map what that might look like if the distribution is slightly different.
Okay, and apologies to my northern colleagues because I'm not as familiar with the detail of their maps under the new proposal. Okay, that's cool to hear. And just, I guess, finally, a shout out for the amazing progress with the central interceptor. It's just lovely to see and I won't make a comment later, Chair, it's just lovely to see those parks in my community returning to community use, those portions that were used as yards and work sites and stuff, and those streets getting cleared up and the cones disappearing, and really looking forward to that happening for the upper half. I think it's really important that we don't forget the significance of this project once it's all underground and not seen from above ground very much at all. That will be a successful project in this case, where we sort of, I guess, set and forget from a community perspective anyway. So well done to the team for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. I'm going to take my question next because it sort of follows on from what's been put, and that is around the updated network plans to clarify development potential across Auckland and understanding the network capacity. So Julie's referred to those and the information that came out. So the areas with capacity, the areas with capacity closely monitored, areas with limited capacity, with no capacity right now, and no long-term capacity, plus those areas that Veolia are currently responsible for. So I've followed this as closely as I can, and the June 25 map, when you blow it up, it shows a table showing when solution will be provided. What I can't figure, but wonder, if there is any relationship to the solution referred to and the impact on new development capacity provided by, what is still being proposed, that's Plan Change 78, we haven't changed anything yet. The map and the chart preceding the replacement change, and the timing in terms of months, you've told us likely November. So it's just trying to reconcile that you've put in terms of solution to those capacity maps and that modelling, there's a bit of a disconnect between the two. Can you inform me what I should draw from that, what conclusions I should take?
I would say it really relies on this follow-up modelling that we're going to have to do, and ultimately it will really speak to the size of the network interventions that we're going to have to put in place. So with Plan Change 78 and what we proposed through the maps and those interventions, they were based on the growth that was proposed in those locations with the population densities at that point in time. We'll just need to change that. And so what might happen is arguably some pump stations or pipelines might be bigger or smaller depending on what the redistribution looks like. So the programs are largely the same. It will really come down to the scale of the solution in certain areas.
So the modelling that must then take place, and that modelling, if you were to go forward and take out the light, include the light rail corridor and the assumptions that you would have to make around that. So there's quite a bit more information yet to be done.
That's right, we've still got work to do.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to that question, I guess my understanding from when the capacity maps came to us in the workshop, kind of feedback at the time was that it was quite difficult with Plan Change 78 because of the widespread kind of upzoning and the lack of ability to know where it was going to pop up. Do you want to just say that?
Yeah, so I think that was absolutely a significant issue for us. We just didn't know where this growth was going to happen with Plan Change 78, and that's why the qualifying matters were the scale that they were. They effectively picked up whole suburbs. But what we're, as we're going toward a different plan, which allows and provides us a bit more detail on distributions, but potentially more intensified, that absolutely will help us when we go to model to understand more, I guess in greater detail, the infrastructure that will need to go in place. It's not just a scattergun approach. We'll be able to be more targeted in our development.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Is it true that you're doing over 4 times the capital projects budget-wise than 9 years ago when the entry plan kicked into place?
That is true. So, this time 10 years ago, I spoke of the Hanua 4 pipeline project. That was Watercare's largest project, and as David described, we've moved from a project that was $480 million, and that was spread over 10 years, to delivering the CI in the same time frame, which is 4 times the value.
And the 13 billion you've got on the books, that'll probably grow every next LTP as well, etc. But my understanding is over half of that's growth related, and that'll be on top of the 120,000 you've already got capacity for.
Yeah, that's right. So a significant proportion of that is related to growth. As part of one of the charter projects, we are re-evaluating that split and apportionment between levels of service, renewals and growth. But at this stage, half of the program is growth.
And just the last question, if there are issues despite the zoning, and we're seeing it in Beachhaven, Hibiscus, other areas, if no matter what the zoning changes in an area, Watercare still has the ability to refuse connections and work with developers and property owners and whoever, and to make it clear there is no infrastructure until X number of time. Like, it's not just 15-storey building goes up tomorrow and you guys have to find the pipe after?
No, the primary reason for releasing the maps was to create that engagement and support development decision making early, rather than get to a point through a development and the developer is not really communicated with us or understands the capacity. And then when it comes to a point where they're about to build a house or lodge consent, they receive news that they don't want to receive from us. So a big part of the release of the maps, a big part of what we're doing in the transparency we're creating from a network capacity perspective is to inform decision making.
And very last question, sorry, Chair. And you've been doing really great work on the fast tracks and the private plan changes, but largely, and I know it's not a complete science, but is it at the moment easier to be renewing and building for growth in brownfields than this continuous kind of new pipes in areas that don't exist yet?
That's a tricky question. To be fair, they're both complicated. So building new on the extremities does cause us challenges from a quality perspective, water and wastewater, but renewing infrastructure in built-up urban environments is not simple either. So, you know, some of the infrastructure that we are going to have to develop and renew and deliver over the next 10 years will be in streets, will be in roads, will be underneath houses. So both are complicated, just a different type of complicated.
But if you have to do the renewal anyway, is it easier to do growth at the same time?
Theoretically, yes.
So our speaking order is Councillor Lee, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Turner at the stage.
Thank you,
Councillor
gentlemen.
Lee.
Obviously, you've been very busy, and a significant amount of money is being spent. If the late Mark Ford was around, he would be certainly interested in the amount. I understand you're going to be borrowing $9.9 billion. He'd be interested in those figures, but he'd be even more interested in getting value for money. Rigour was one of his favourite words. And I hope that ethos is still carried by Watercare. I note the Clark speech, wastewater treatment plant is going to cost as much as what Watercare spent on the Mangere wastewater treatment plant, completely upgrading it with a completely different system of treatment technology without losing a minute of service. KiwiRail could actually have taken a lesson from that. My concern, though, is quite local, and it relates to your Queen Street project and the impact it's having on Queen Street businesses, particularly on the corner of Wellesley West and Queen Street, where a business is going to go out of business because of the impact, by and large, of the hoardings, the barriers that you guys have erected, blocking off virtually a lane of Wellesley Street, but right outside his shop. He says that his business, the patronage, has virtually collapsed since those hoardings went up. And so, from what I can see, there's not much activity going on behind the walls. Somebody turned up a couple of weeks ago, potted around, and then they took off. There's a ute parked there. There's a lot of stuff, material lying about. I just wonder whether, A, you need all that space, B, the walls could be made transparent so that people can see through, because this is what the owner, Andy Young, thinks is the problem, and that the project could be speeded up because it seems to be taking a long time, particularly seeing it's underground, and this stuff is very much above ground. Whether there can be a smarter way of reducing the footprint to get this essential work done with minimising the effect on Queen Street businesses, retail, which are in a very kind of a delicate situation right now, particularly after the closure of Smith & Coe's, which is just opposite. You know, it's like a death by 1,000 cuts, and Watercare has piled on, probably not realising how sensitive the situation is right now on Queen Street. Is there anything you can do to help this particular business and reduce the impact of your construction work? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So currently what's happening is the tunnel boring machine is working its way down from the shaft at Mayoral Drive, and it will break through into the shaft at Wellesley Street in about 10 days' time, 10 days to 2 weeks' time. So there'll be a lot of activity in the shaft as the tunnel boring machine comes through. We'll have people there doing some maintenance on the equipment before the tunnel boring machine starts again. So in relation to the hoardings, I mean, the hoardings are there of such a sort of scale, predominantly for the safety of everyone, in particular, you know, the public around there. We got a very deep shaft, a very open shaft, which unfortunately construction sites attracts interest. So we've got to make sure that we keep people out of there. And the way to do that is by, having high hoarding, so hopefully people can't jump over or make it very difficult for people to jump over. The question around having, I think it was see-through hoardings or reducing the footprint. Yes, we can potentially do that. And maybe the time to do that is once the tunnel boring machine has passed. We will have some more work to do in there in terms of constructing the permanent manhole or the permanent maintenance hole in that location. But we can certainly look at the footprint that the area takes. I'm not saying it will be possible to reduce it, but we can talk to the team and talk to the contractor there just to see if there is any way. I mean, the construction sites are already extremely constrained. I think we've got one lane only. So they're very, very constrained already. We're absolutely, cognizant of the disruption. I came here a month or two ago. We spoke specifically about Queen Street. And really the best thing we can do is get in and out of there as quickly as possible and get finished as quickly as possible.
Can I suggest on this, Councillor Lee feels very strongly that you can take this offline in terms of looking at whatever action can be taken. I'm sorry to rush everyone today, but we are running out of time. So, Councillor Lee, is that okay? And I cut Councillor Henderson off on the last item, so I better take him this time. So, Councillor Henderson.
It's okay, I've already forgotten about it. Manhole 10, Taipari Strand. I've got some emails now of some overflows and real debacles down there in Te Aute Peninsula, so I guess I'm just regularly checking in. Where are we at with the Northern Interceptor work? How are we helping out those people on that coastline there?
I'll need to come back to you on the program schedule. I know the Northern Interceptor northern sections are progressing well, so we're about to start pushing comms out more cohesively. David will talk to the schedule itself at Taipari Strand itself. I'll just check to see whether any of the CI influence, so now that Central Interceptor is live in that area, we've decommissioned one of the old pump stations, we were looking at some diversion activity. I'll have to come back to you, Councillor, and just confirm where we're at.
That's awesome. Hey, thanks for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And now we have Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Just listening to the discussions and the debate, would you agree, or do you feel that Watercare is being used as the last resort of controlling capacity planning, out of control capacity planning? Like, I hear you being questioned all the time, and do you feel that you guys are being used as the control?
No, Councillor, sorry, thank you for the question. But I think what we are struggling with is responding. So to change, and I know, engineers and planners get tarred with the brush of wanting to maintain some stability through planning. But on the flip side of that, too much volatility doesn't allow us to be efficient. And I think probably we are just in a time where so much change has meant that we've been responding and not responding through delivery of assets or service because there has been change. So I don't think that we're being used as a reason not to or for growth not to occur. I think it's just the reality of change and too much change.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That appears to be the extent of the questions. So Mr. White and Ms. Pereira, thank you so much. Councillors, I will move that we receive the update from Watercare, and I have a seconder in the Deputy Mayor. I'm opening it up for discussion. If there is none, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. So we then move to agenda item 15, and we have Healthy Waters and Craig McElroy here.
Thanks, Chair and members. Someone could just put up the presentation for me. That'd be great, thanks. So this is our 6 monthly update, and I'll whip through this as quickly as I can. Next slide, please. Was the clicker working? Or? So we've got 4 key drivers: growth, storm ready, or call it flooding, water and environmental quality and resilient systems, which we also call renewals. Next slide, please. So these are the projects that we've completed over the last 6 months since I last presented to you. It's about $42 million all up. Look, I won't go through them line by line. And the other point I'd like to make on this slide is you notice there are no primary drivers for growth. The reason for that is that all of the growth projects in this 6-month period were delivered by developers. So just to put some context around that, we've done $42 million worth of work that's been completed, but we've also inherited about another $60 million worth of growth projects. And typically the growth projects that are delivered by private developers outweigh our own investment in the stormwater space. Next slide, please. So these are the projects that we've started work on since I last was here. And once again, I won't go through them all line by line, but just to let you know that it roughly adds up to about $105 million worth of work that we've kicked off in the last 6 months. And top of the pops are the 2 big blue-green initiatives at Te Arata and Harania, which I've reported back to you previously. And if you're driving on the western line, and you're heading in towards Newmarket from Henderson, and you look out on the right-hand side, you'll see the part of the Labour-Kaiva separation project that's occurring at the back of the university site. There's a big shaft going in there for that work. Next slide, please. So a lot's happening in our land at the moment. Making space for water is really a key focus for us, and I'm not only talking about in 25, 26, but I actually believe it's going to be our key focus over the next 30 years. Because if we're serious about managing flood risk, making space for water is the mechanism and the tool we've got to provide for that outcome. We're also highly engaged with the Better Value Projects Initiative. We've been a key supporter of that project, and that is certainly what drives us in all of our investment decisions. We're also putting a huge effort on the way that we use our planning and data to manage risk, because we've got such a vast network of assets. We have to have smart tools and models to help us manage our business. There's also an awful lot going on with Auckland Transport at the moment, making sure, because transport's such a key function of stormwater, which is one of the main reasons why we're still part of the main council family and not split off as a separate CCO. And that relationship is just working extremely well around making good decisions around stormwater management as it's related to the roading network. Huge efforts going into pond maintenance renewals at the moment. We've got a massive renewal backlog that we're having to deal with. And working forward into our future. We can't pipe our way out of the problems we have in Auckland. We have to do it through the use of natural solutions. Next slide, please. In terms of what's happening in the policy world, obviously the Water Services Delivery Plan has now actually been lodged with central government, and so that's a key function of the new legislation. We've been heavily involved in the contributions policy, Whenuapai structure plan. Our network discharge consent's just gone through its training and review process, and we're heavily involved in the natural hazards plan change work that's going on at the moment. And that will be subject to ongoing discussion as we work through the implications of trying to achieve some of the Crown outcomes that are desired. Next slide, please. Look, I won't talk through this in detail. You can read it at your leisure, but it's really just identifying the fact that in our making space for water in 24-25, we met all of our targets that we set ourselves. And I think all in all that we've made a really great start to that program. Next slide, please. Once again, I won't dwell on it. You can look at those at your leisure, but these are just some photographs that indicate the variety and some of the very interesting work that we get involved with. And it's work that's very, very closely connected to working with communities in just about all cases in order to achieve good outcomes. And that's me. Very happy to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind just waiting for a moment, I'm just going to put this item on hold for a moment. I do need to move an extension of time, and I would also like to move, as part of that, an electronic attendance for Councillor Turner. So do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Sayers. Discussion, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. So there are a lot of questions, I know, and I want to thank you for the presentation. You will have heard the earlier presentation from Watercare and the work that they're doing in terms of network capacity and identifying those areas. Is there any, over and above what you've presented to us today, given the pressure that is coming to bear in terms of consideration of intensification, will we and can we expect a similar work stream coming through Healthy Waters that might model that? I mean, we've heard that we're not going to get the capacity until November on some of the things that we want to hear on, but is there a possibility that there could be some modelling by yourselves that could be presented in that same way?
Yeah, the big difference between what Watercare does and what Healthy Waters does is that Watercare effectively operates two closed networks, one for water and one for wastewater. We operate an open network. So the water lands at the top of the hill and ends up at the sea, and water will always take the path of least resistance. And so what our models do is actually show how that water tracks as it goes through the community. The other thing about stormwater is, unlike Watercare that's got a major problem if there's a 15-storey building built, because that creates a lot of demand for stormwater, at the end of the day, if you imagine all of Auckland was concreted, there was no grass whatsoever, you can never get more than 100% runoff off a square metre of concrete. And so the big issue for us is actually not so much whether we've got 60% concrete or 70% concrete, is what is the rainfall going to be in the next 100 years that we have to manage? And I don't think there's anyone in this room or anyone in the world that can answer that question at the moment. All I can tell you with a high degree of confidence is in January 2023, we had a rainfall data set that was off the charts. We'd never experienced it before. And so the issue we've got now is that we've got these massive stormwater areas that are actually being generated by the effect of a big flood event, and we have to best manage how we develop Auckland, acknowledging that those areas to a greater extent are going to stay there for the foreseeable future, because as long as we've got the water coming down the hills, we can't pipe our way out of this problem. We have to rely on natural streams and the way that we retain the water where we can in order to manage it appropriately. So it's a very different challenge to what Watercare's got, but at the same token, it still has a big influence on where growth can and can't occur.
I really appreciate your response to that and the work that you are undertaking, but it is a repeated question for those looking for certainty and development, so I thought it was best to air it. Now, the next question we have is Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, as always. What an amazing work program. Well done. Having just been in, you haven't been here all day, but we've just noted that Auckland Transport have signed off on some diesel ferries. So I'm interested in a counter piece of news about your natural solutions that you're doing. And I just wondered if we could potentially, you know, what are you doing from promoting that with local boards and the public about the work that we are doing using more natural-based solutions to problems as opposed to upgrading or replacing the concrete that we've traditionally had, and the importance of that nature-based solutions for making space to water?
Yeah, well, I think it's really important the way that we communicate what we're doing. So we, at every available opportunity, want to take advantage where we've got a good news story to share with the community, that we do so. I think the great thing about the way things are working at the moment, we've got such a great relationship with all of the local boards. We've got such a great relationship with iwi Māori who are involved in all of our projects. To be honest, I think this is becoming the new, I call it our new business as usual, to be quite honest. I think when you look around the country at how this risk has been managed, and you look globally at how the risk has been managed, there is no other way than to work in harmony with nature rather than trying to compete against nature. And so, you know, because you don't know how big the next event is going to be, and the first thing will happen if you put a pipe in the ground, it'll block. The minute that pipe's blocked, you get an unforeseen consequence occurring. So you're actually better to create open channels for the stormwater. And if you get a bigger event, have enough green space that's next to the stream to allow it to hold that water so it doesn't impact on the community. It is going to mean that in some cases we are going to flood roads for a while, because a lot of the roads have been put in areas that almost act as dams to the stormwater flows at the moment, particularly if a culvert gets blocked, for example. But I think you'd have to agree that it's better to maybe put up with a flooded road for a few hours than have people suffering damage on their individual properties. So, kia ora.
Yeah, I totally support that, and I just thank you for your work around that. So, yeah, keep the press releases coming out. Thank you.
Thank you. There would appear to be no other questions. So, Craig, thank you very much for appearing before us, and I'll ask you to withdraw now. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see that the Mayor had his hand up.
Probably sitting in the back seats here. With Kaingaora, you've got to be kind of tough on them. I presume you're going to be. I mean, we're not there to bail them out, and their properties are worthless without our investment. Oh, we're not. So, I got ahead of myself. But question up for later.
Thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, no, thank you. Yeah, so I was just interested in the work that your team has been looking at doing and putting a business case together around offering site visits to property owners around what they can do with their own property, giving them some advice that, you know, obviously falls short of, you know, an official engineering report or anything like that, but gives them a little bit of help and advice. I understood that there was a business case going through your department to look at making that sort of a more available process as opposed to sort of being a little bit ad hoc and capacity reliant at the moment. Are you able to update on that? Because that's something that I know a lot of my constituents are very interested in being able to access. Thanks.
Oh, it's something that we're actually passionate about in healthy waters and flood resilience. Because this isn't a problem that's owned by council, this isn't a problem that's owned by anyone. In a sense, it's owned by everyone as opposed to anyone. And the only way we can get there is by all working as a team. And the more that we can work with homeowners around how they can manage their situation, because it's not an infrastructure solution that's going to work in all cases. There's not the solution. We don't have the money to do that. So in many cases, people do have to work around their current sort of site constraints. But there are things that can be done to make their lot better. And if we've got the subject matter expertise in healthy waters, it's beholden on us, I think, to share that expertise as much as we can with people who've got specific issues or challenges. So it's something that I'm really, really keen to see happen on a wider scale.
So where are things up at with looking at offering that sort of, I guess, as a service, if you see what I mean?
Yeah, look, I think that has the potential to almost turn into a small, maybe a small little consultancy type service, bearing in mind that the ultimate risk, it's not, a normal consultant would be up then for the risk of any solution, so it's almost on a more informal basis.
Yeah, I think it would have to be.
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be a little bit around supply and demand as well, just to see how that grows at the moment.
Yeah.
So it'll be great to have the problem that there's a queue of people wanting to talk to us, about what they can do to improve their personal situation. The other thing that I'd just like to throw in is that we're working now really, really closely with the insurance industry, with the banks, and with the Real Estate Institute, because they've all got skin in this game. And I'm really keen to have all of those parties working together with us, not individually, but as a collective, because there's already some pretty difficult situations that are occurring around insurance and the non-insurability of some properties. And so the more that we can work together and figure out how we're going to collectively manage this risk going forward, the better. And that's also going to tie into the Crown adaptation policy work that's been run through MFE at the moment that I understand is coming out later this year. Because this isn't, this is a problem that we've all got, and if we don't work together, we're not going to nail it.
Thank you. And just finally, one of the things I'm dealing with at the moment is the interaction between the Category 3 land, which obviously, we've had some confidential briefings on where the buyouts might be. The plan changes, both 78 and the new proposal, which show the floodplains in roughly the same area, but have quite different rules for how that might be dealt with. And then the next steps in terms of what some of the infrastructure might look like. And so I would really appreciate at some point, perhaps not right now, a conversation about sort of the interplay between those things, acknowledging too that in a lot of cases with the Category 3 stuff, Healthy Waters might be a landowner, local boards might be a landowner, in some case maybe Auckland Transport will be a landowner, and how those things are going to sort of work together to reduce flooding risks for the homes in those areas with those plans, rules in the plan changes as well. So is that something that's, I suspect you might be waiting until we choose one on the 24th of September. Maybe that's something to bring to the new council, sorry.
No, I'm not waiting until something comes out on the 24th of September. There's some current challenges that Healthy Waters has with what's currently proposed and what I think some of the unintended consequences. And I just want to make sure, as council works through the feedback, etc., inside council, that we have those conversations before anything gets released to the wider public.
So that's your bullet point there about being involved in the natural hazards plan change. So you're talking about how some of that is captured in the new proposal. Is that what you mean?
I think we need to have an ongoing conversation about that.
Okay.
Before we go out.
So that's something where parts of council might be seeking further change once, after notification, if that's the path we choose.
Well, there's obviously the opportunity to A, amend what might go out for consultation in the first place, and B, what will happen through the consultation and after the consultation.
Okay, and the same would apply for Plan Change 78 if that's what's chosen?
Yeah, whatever decisions made around future land use, I just want to make sure that the risks around flood are on the table and fully understood before any final decisions are made.
Great. Thanks, Craig. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We can ask you to retire now. And also, if you would convey to your team just the grateful thanks for all of us who have been present with meetings with traumatised homeowners and the sensitive way in which it's been dealt with. So thank you very much. I am going to move the 6-monthly update from Healthy Waters Resilience and its delivery program be adopted. Councillor Hills has seconded. Any discussion on it? If not, Councillor Deputy Mayor Simpson.
I just think, I'm sorry that you're stopping some of the comments, because I just think this is an amazing piece of work, Craig, to you and your team. I think the targets met slide that you had in your presentation, which was increased maintenance, community flood resilience, overland flow path management, stream and waterway resilience, flood intelligence, blue-green networks. You glossed over that, but actually that's an amazing piece of work that you've put together here. And I sort of alluded it a bit in my questions. I really wish you'd sit down with Simon and have a really long chat and do a big, what's going on here, because it's an amazing piece of work. And I just think that, as I said, I just want to make sure that Aucklanders really understand the huge amount of work we are doing in this space, and our investment towards making Auckland far more resilient. And I think you and your team are to be congratulated. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, just to echo the Deputy Mayor, this is the last committee that Healthy Waters team are coming to this term. It has been a massive, massive uptick in work this term, not just because of the floods, actually because of the work you were starting to do anyway, but testament to the Mayor and others and this council who've really kind of forced you to increase that work, and it's been phenomenal. There has been awesome projects in our area, massive uptick in operational storm water management, but also those difficult conversations. I was at a Castor Bay Residents Association meeting the other day, and the team came out and we had to stand there and basically disappoint people because the project they wanted was now $25 million, and of course that community would love it if it would still happen, but we had to say that, look, you're talking about flooding of 6 or 7 properties and it's just not possible. But there was lots of other options and other things put forward of how the Healthy Waters team could help that community. And I just think you go into the fire sometimes in really, really tough situations and really help elected members have those hard conversations, as Councillor Fletcher said, especially since the floods, that people have realised that our infrastructure that was built, many decades ago isn't actually fit for purpose to a climate change world. So I think we're moving forward, but it's going to take a lot of time. And just want to thank you all for putting an X out there for our communities, because it isn't easy, especially at those public meetings.
Thank you. And to the Deputy Mayor, I'm not trying to prevent anyone from speaking. I'm just mindful that we have the rest of the agenda to get through, and particularly on Watercare and Healthy Waters, it would have been great to have had a little bit more time. But that concludes that item, and I'm going to put it now. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. So we come to agenda item 16, and that is the summary of transport information, workshops, briefings, and so forth. So I'm going to move that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there any discussion on that or any queries? There being none, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. So, we have agenda item, whereabouts are we? 17, and that's a consideration of extraordinary business. There is none that I know of, so we come to the matter of moving into confidential. I am going to move that. Do I have a second of that? Thank you, Councillor Sayers. We have any discussion? None. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. For the members who are online, you will need to change, as I understand it, to meeting of this committee for your attendance, but I would ask you to leave now. So thank you very much.